No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Now remember, when When things look bad, and it looks like you're not gonna make it, then you gotta get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean.
Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time of day it is where you are. Hello to Semi-Pro, likewise to Dwight and anybody else that might be there. Now, I have a funny feeling. I've got a little twitch in the nose, and that little twitch tells me that we might have a dud match straight away here. Because the question I asked in the lobby was, has Z Carioca been around since last Saturday when he didn't show up as team captain for his team in the 9-ball Saturday Night League? Because I haven't seen him. Obviously, he's in, according to his flag, he's in Brazil, and that's like 5 hours behind us in the UK, same as the East Coast of the United States. And I was wondering if anybody else had seen him. Because it probably will be the case that he may well be a no-show. Now, what's Hairpig PMing me for? Hang on a minute. Right, Stubbs back on his capital letters again in the chat, see? What was I talking about? Right, this is the easiest way to do it. Hang on.
This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of scheduled upcoming matches in this year's VP4 2022 World 10-Ball Championship. I will try and stream as many matches as I can, although time zone differences will be an issue. I must thank those players who take this into consideration when arranging their matches. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels to join in the stream chat.
So, we've got 4 matches. Unfortunately, obviously with the amount of matches, things are going to cross over. We don't know how things are going to go. Now, my plan is if Z Carioca doesn't show like I'm thinking he might not, then I'm certainly not going to quit the stream. I'm just going to go in and watch a tournament. I think there's a 9-ball one on at 7 o'clock, so if there is, I'll watch some of that. But the order of play is Fast Eddie against Z Carioca, which is a winner's match, and that's due to start at the top of the hour. Then we have Shibo against Tommy, and that's scheduled an hour later at 7 p.m. These are all British summertime, remember, so wherever you are in the world, take 5 hours off it. If it's East Coast of the United States, you're at 2 p.m. Then 40 minutes later, we have Jose McEwen against Albinario. Jose's going to be up against it in that match. That's at 1940 British summertime. And then the final match in this schedule, however you want to say it, is Mark Shark against Quagmire at 9 p.m. In theory, Mark Shark should be too strong for Quagmire. And then there's a match between Interchange X and Power Slam, which is at 1 a.m. in the morning, and I'm less inclined to think about staying up for that. Then the next match is Larry and Hairpig, which is scheduled for 8 p.m. tomorrow night, British summertime, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific time. I'll be there for that one. And Brainful Out against Barkers, that's another one that's been arranged. That's for 11:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. Now, I possibly will be home for that. The only thing is Brainful Out going to be giving Barkers a game? I should be home. I'm not 100% certain, but I'll try and get home in time. And then the last match is the one that I think has been there for a few days now, a couple of days certainly, but that's not until next Tuesday. That's the one between Mr. Fox and Spectre Dawn. Now, looking at the lobby, the news doesn't get any better because Z Karaoke is nowhere to be seen, and the feeling is still there. I think he's going to bail out. I think he didn't show up, and he's the team captain. Didn't show up for Saturday. Either that or something fatal's happened to him. I hope not, but he would normally be in here, probably getting a little bit of practice before he's due to start, and I fear that this first match is down the pan. I think it is. It's looking very like it. Hang on a minute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Steve. I've already told the guys I don't think that Z Karaoke is going to show.
Really?
Yep.
No.
So we're here an hour early, and the reason I'm saying that is I asked in the lobby there, has anybody seen Z Karaoke online since last Saturday when he didn't show up as team captain for his team in the 9-ball league? And I haven't seen him. And it's knocking on the door at 6 p.m. and there is still no sign of him.
Well,
So,
maybe he's having some sort of issues in his life or something, or he's not able to get online.
well, Hairpig, I think, is in Discord.
Hello.
There he
Hey,
is.
Hairpig.
But what I was thinking is that rather than me quitting my stream for an hour, I'm just going to go and watch the whatever 9-ball tournament starts at the top of the hour. If there is one, I don't know. I haven't checked, but I'm just going to troll around tournaments.
Well, there's something going on right now. Brainfellow's playing Barker's 155. One thing that should be interesting is I did change the rack, and I changed it for most of the games.
Yeah.
And I think the balls are going to break a lot better.
Well, I can say that I went in and did a quick test. I had 6 breaks. None of them were slug breaks. It seems to be that now I'm not familiar with how a 10-ball rack breaks, so don't jump on top of me because of that, because I don't play it very often. But when I was breaking, I'm noticing like the centre balls, the 10 and whatever, there seems to be 2 balls adjacent sometimes, but that don't move very far, and I presume that's acting sort of in a normal sense of the word. I'm presuming it's acting normally.
Yeah, well, I mean, the balls may not always be, racked perfectly. It's just I made some modifications so that the balls that are important are racked pretty good.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean some of the other ones can't be kind of far out. I think that, I mean, I can work on it more, but this is sort of a proof of concept of if it's the right direction, because other direction I was going was not bearing fruit.
Well, what I would say though is, to finish what I was saying, is the fact that the balls generally broke what I would say pretty good, and what I would be interested to see over the next number of matches is whether the runouts from the break goes up, because I think the runouts from the break will go up.
It'll go up for sure.
Yeah.
The balls made on the break will probably go up some, and runouts from the break should go up considerably, especially players that understand how to break and try to get a shot on the low ball.
Yeah, I would think that's going to happen. Right, well, as expected at the moment, Fast Eddie's in the room. The room is up, and definitely no sign of Z Karaoke. So I think he's run his course. And is this a winners match? I can't remember. Let me go and have a look. See if we can find the thing. Well, I'll do it in the thing in the lobby. SB. I'll find it that way. Hang on. SB. No, not SVB. That's Shane Van Boning. And then SB. Right, at last. I think that. I think it's a winner's side match. Is it? Z Karaoke, blah blah blah. No, tell a lie. It's a losers match. No, that's. Hang on. Hang on a
Well, the
minute
match
here.
isn't shown anymore because it started.
Because it started. That's got me totally confused.
You have to go into the event bracket to see it.
Right. So the next match is Sheba and Tommy at the top of the hour. Where is it?
It's a winner's side match.
It is a winner's match. Ah, well.
It's Eddie's first match. He got a bye in the first round, and it's Z Karaoke's second match, who beat Power Slam pretty comfortably in the first round.
Yeah, that's why I'm less inclined to stay up to 1 a.m. in the morning to watch that one lost side match between Interchange X and Power Slam. I think it could be a bloodbath. No, I still don't even see it in the winner's side. I'm looking here and I can't see it. That just shows you what my eyes are like. Past Eddie. Oh, there it is. It's a second round match, yeah.
Hugh, I've said it before. You got to get some new glasses.
I'm sitting right in front of the screen. I'm a foot and a half away from the screen. Bill won comfortably earlier. Oh, was Bill playing it? See, there's a match that probably I didn't even know was in the schedule. So it must have just happened sort of on the spur of the moment, that one. Right, so... Well, we might as well go in and watch Brainful Out and Barkers and what's left of this handicapped 9-ball bar brawl thing.
Semi says Bill won comfortably, but on the bracket it shows as a forfeit by Columbus against Bill. So that's very comfortably in that case.
Oh, Columbus never showed up. Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me. These players that don't sort of generally participate in these things, they get a spur of the moment notion to actually playing them, and then they bail out. Or the other valid reason is the guy has. I presume he accepted the proposal from Bill. I would doubt whether he actively sent a proposal to Bill because he probably doesn't know how to do it, and that wouldn't surprise me. So look at the state of this table. That's a bloody disgrace. It's filthy. I mean, this thing looks as if it's been shit on, pissed on, and beer on it.
What are you looking at?
This bar table is disgusting.
In the hog pen? Well, it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
it's the most realistic looking table I've seen in VP4.
It's a bloody disgrace.
That is how they look in bars a lot of the time.
Yeah, beer and vomit and everything on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's liable in a bar. It's liable to look like just about anything.
So what is this? Is this a race to 7? And it's neck and neck. Barkers is just going to break and run the last 2 racks unless it's an alternate break.
Semi says it'll be good seeing the best banker and kicker in VP4. It doesn't actually look like we might see him today, Semi.
Yeah.
He hasn't been online since like Friday, I think it was. And
no. Well, Z Karaoke, that would have been the last day he was here. He certainly never showed Saturday. So I think the team will have lost faith in him as the captain, but he hasn't even bothered to show it. Andy was scheduled to play.
The tournament room is just me and Fast Eddie right now.
Well, that's got another 4 minutes to go before it times out.
Yeah, well, it looks like your prediction may come true here.
Unless he's playing the psychological game of waiting until the last possible moment to log in and get in there, so that Eddie has to quickly switch gear from thinking he won in a walk to having to actually play a match. Doesn't really seem worth it.
That's not going to get the job done. I think Barker's getting caught out with the state of this table. I think that's catching him. It's like playing on mud.
Well, the table's actually not that slow. I made some changes where tables really don't play as slow as they should for a bar table with a thick cloth on it, but I may change that. It's like, the problem was nobody wanted to play on it and stuff. I mean, I swear the people in Europe are so um, narrow about what kind of stuff they want to play on. I mean, they just haven't,
Well, they've never
they
seen
just
what
haven't played on all the crap the rest of the world has.
I doubt very much. I mean, I've never seen a bar table. I'm talking about a bar table in the US sense. I've never seen a bar table. You get into any pub in the UK, there's a pub table in the corner somewhere. In a
Yeah.
lot of them.
Well, the bar tables are, I mean, bar table pool is great because it's they don't take a lot of room like the pub tables, but they play easier than the pub tables. It's actually better because most of the people playing in a bar aren't that highly skilled, so having bigger pockets and easier to play is a good feature. I mean, good players on a bar table, they're rarely going to miss a ball because they play pretty easy, and even long rail banks are not that long, and I mean, it's not. It's good for better players in certain situations, like playing 8 ball. I've seen some pretty good 10 ball tournaments on a bar table. 9 ball, not so much. I mean, guys are liable to run, 15 racks on you.
Well, this is going hill.
9 ball on a bar table just isn't as and doesn't look as difficult as pool should look.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to figure out what to do with either handicaps or break cues or both, because I think with the new racks, we're going to have a problem when it comes to league. And money balls are on the breaks.
It doesn't seem to me in the last day since you made the changes that the number of balls going in has gone up that much.
You're not looking at the right change. I just made this change about 45 minutes ago.
Oh, never mind. I haven't been on.
This was
I thought you had typed them up yesterday.
this was a retweet
Yeah,
of the
that was a
tweak.
different change.
Good evening to Bill. Good afternoon. Good evening to Matt.
Yeah, basically yesterday's change was a failure, which is hence today's change.
So that room is about to time out if it hasn't already. Let's have a look at the chat. No, it's just about to go though. We'll see that. Well, I'll see it coming up on the lobby chat in a minute. It's just probably another minute to go because it normally starts nearly a minute past the hour sometimes. But my prediction, I don't generally get it wrong with a lot of them.
Fast Eddie's practicing his multi-rail banks here, so.
Well, Barker's pinched it in the end.
Practice.
Right, what else is there on? There's nothing on tournament-wise. There we go. So Fast Eddie can have a day off then. He can practice more. Oh, right, that tournament's still on. This must be the final. Let's have a look and see. How many was in it? Probably 3. Yeah, so Jed's Dev get the bye to the final. And we'll pop in and have a look at that then. See, a table this size gives these lower rated players a great chance. It's handicap, so Jed's Dev's getting 2 racks. So Barker's is breaking though. He's broke dry. Now, what about slamming the one into the 8 and it getting into the corner pocket? I think that's on every day of the week.
It goes. You could ride the 9 at the same
Might,
time.
might, exactly. It might even knock the 9 in. I'd give that a good little slam. I mean, the size of this table, you've got good odds of knocking that in. I'm surprised he didn't go for that. But anyway, he's got decent cover. But of course, whoever pots the 1 and can get on that 2, the rack's over. Hugh, read the above message for Steve. Steve might have fallen asleep here. I don't know. Steve might.
Looking at this speed thing with the cues.
Yeah, Steve might be a good idea to change captain on Z Karaoke team because it's unfair on the players if they can't play. Now, how can you bail out a captain? He would have to kick himself, and I don't think he can.
Well, I don't have any easy way in place right now. I mean, this is the thing about these sort of things. I mean, after running tournaments for so long, I found out I had to be able to reset matches and,
Yeah.
change scores. And, some of that had been done beforehand, but there's a tremendous amount of work afterwards, especially for the non-real time. I found out all the issues that come up, and it's going to be the same thing with leagues. So, I mean, I can easily make somebody a co-captain, but I think we're potentially going to need a new captain. And the big problem there is if somebody doesn't want to do it.
Well, can the co-captain invite other players though?
No. Which is why we really need a captain, because the co-captain cannot invite other players, I don't think. I think all they can do is change the lineup. So Z Karaoke.
Well, and there should be a way for the team to play on a league night when the captain can't be there for some reason.
Well, there is. That's why there's a co-captain.
Oh, I see.
But co-captain was just to do the lineup, not to run the team. Well, Ice Age will probably do it. Cheeky Chico might do it. Those two guys, they're in all the time. Is Chico in the stream?
No, I don't think so. Haven't seen him say hello.
All right. Well, we may have to appoint somebody captain for sure if there's no co-captain. But even if there is a co-captain, if he's not there, then they only have 1, 2, 3, 4 players, and that could be a problem if they have guys that can't make it. Yeah, I'll have to have some sort of admin thing for changing captains. For now, I can probably do it manually. Hope I don't screw something up.
Is it all in a SQL-based database?
Yep, it is.
Yeah, I mean, there could obviously be I was going to say a perfectly good explanation. It might be a bad explanation as to why Z Karaoke is not around. We can't judge him on that, but
yeah, you never know. I mean, you never know. I mean, with people, but hopefully he's okay and not having big problems. I mean, you just don't know.
I mean, I think if he missed 2 events that he signed up for in a row, then probably something came up. Could be something bad, could be something not so bad, but
yeah, it's hard to tell because you just don't know people's priorities. Like, it could be a work thing and then he just blows everything off, which you really shouldn't do. But if it's some kind of serious thing with family members in hospitals or deaths or those sort of things, it's I mean, it still would have been nice to give a heads up to people, but I can understand that a little more if you're laying in a hospital, that may be hard to do. So, we'll see. I mean,
Semi Pro says make Cheeky Chico a captain. he said he would do it, or a co-captain, I should say. I would just throw him in at the deep end and tell him. Simple as that. It's there. It's a sort of, it's a workaround. It's not the best one, but it's the only option there is at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, there's some tricky things of that too, because he's not going to understand the management stuff.
Oh, yeah. Listen, it'll take 30 seconds to tell him that, Steve. I wouldn't worry about that.
Well, yeah. You think it's going to take 30 seconds to read the captain's manual? You didn't even want to read it.
No, and I did read it, and it went in one ear and out the other. You just mess about with it, and it's dead easy. I mean, I always go on the basis if I can work it out and work it, then any fool can do it. I'm the proof.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's a whole thing that you got to go through. Besides that, understanding that now you're responsible for making sure people show up and communicating with them and doing all the other stuff that really needs to be done to make sure that you have a team there ready to play.
Yeah, see, my team know that. God help them if none of them show up.
Well, they know because you told them. That's the thing is the captain's got to say, hey, guys, I need to know if you can't make it or, you want to play.
Well, this is just about
communication. That's a basic issue.
That's exactly it. Have contact with all of your team. You don't have to have them in your friends list. Just type in a message and put in the first bit of their name. Take a letter off. You'll find their name, and then off you go. Send a message out to your 4 teammates.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised at how people struggle with doing certain things sometimes. I mean, I try to make stuff as simple as I can, but the problem is the more capability it is, the harder it is to make it simple.
So what we got here, 2 games all. So Barkers has won the first 2 racks. That's Jezdev's handicap gone.
All right, so right now the Rainbow Breaker is 26.92 miles an hour.
Now you're going to lower them all.
I'm thinking about it. The problem is with a better rack, the balls are just going to spread more. They're going to roll faster. It gets to the point where it's ridiculous. I mean, real life, can some people break at 27? Yeah, but not too many. And they're not going to hit it as straight as VP. I mean, in real life, most people are breaking 18 to 22 in there. There's people that can break harder. A guy like Shane, he can break 25 to 27 miles an hour, but he doesn't unless he thinks he needs to. I mean, he won't crank them like that unless the brake's not working good. So
if it's 9-ball with a magic rack and there's no rule against soft braking or 3-point rule or anything, I'll break around 14, 15.
Well, I mean, I'm not worried about the low end. I'm worried about the high end, especially in league with all the money balls, because right now, I think somebody that's getting a 5 out might make a money ball 3 or 4 racks in a row.
Well, hang on a minute.
The thing is the main difference between VP and real life with breaking is going to be that you can hit the thing accurately at high speed, and even if you're not a very good player, in real life, if somebody's getting a 5 out, most of those people aren't going to be able to break that effectively, hit them that hard. If they can hit them really hard, you might lower the weight because too many money balls going in, and with a 27 mile an hour break. I just think it's not going to work.
Right. Well, let me say something before you start going down that route. What are we going down the other route? Why not just? I mean, why not set it as spot money, and then see how it goes.
And that still may be a requirement, because even if I lowered these things, or the Rainbow Breaker was like 24, it was 3 mile an hour lower. It still may, with the new racks, it still just may make too many money balls. So, but if I do that, I've got to change the handicapping because I want the lower ranked players to
Have a chance.
Yeah, well,
be able to win matches, and if you're taking a money ball on the breakaway, you're taking a big part of their luck quotient away. So I'm thinking we have to make the handicap a little stronger if that happens. Because otherwise, the idea of this is that the lower ranked players can contribute to your team and the lower rating. And I think for the most part, the better player is always going to have the advantage. But you just don't want to make it, you want to make it so that the lower ranked player can, if they can win 2 out of 5 or 2 out of 6, that would be okay. If they can only win 1 out of 8 or 9, that's not so great.
Oh, I'm just reading the chat there. Matt's saying he got sacked. I didn't catch any of the other conversation. Oh, sorry to hear that if you lost your job.
Didn't look like he was saying anything else. Condolences, Matt Clark.
Saying Matt lost his job?
Well, that's the only bit I've read there. I've missed the rest of any conversation.
Well, losing your job's never that much fun, but there's more of them out there.
VP4 TV,
right, I got it now. I got it now. No, you didn't get sacked, Matt. Let's be honest here.
Is he talking about his loss the other day?
No, he's talking about his decision to withdraw from the VP4 team as opposed to me booting his ass out the door.
Oh, well, I mean,
Well, you've got to be ruthless when you're the team captain. You've got to do what's right. And Matt said he didn't fancy it, so I said, right, fair enough. I've got a sub waiting in the wings. And
I don't think League's going to be for everybody. I certainly am not that excited about League, at least not in real life, but I do it because of my friends.
Performance managed out.
It's just really more of a, social thing for me to see my friends. And it's, I don't like the format of League. And, it's like, it feels like you're really hungry and you go to dinner and all they have is some hors d'oeuvres. And you leave and you're still hungry. That's what League's like to me. You don't really get to play that much.
Oh, it's that, and it's also all the people who seem to treat it as if it's their main source of income, and therefore it's hugely important to play 4 months for a potential $900 reward.
Oh, there's plenty of nits around. I mean, there's no shortage of nits in this world, and yeah, leagues. There's plenty of them, but
Dart.
I'll never forget
arguments over every little thing.
When I first moved here, I got recruited by this team, and they had a captain that didn't play, and he was really into it and stuff, and he would, he liked to gamble. He'd make bets with other teams and all this. So I get on his team, and we go through a couple league nights, and I'm sitting there at the bar, and he says to me, he goes, "How do you play so well?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know." He goes, "Are you like trying really hard or anything?" And no, I'm trying to play like I don't give a shit, because I really don't. This is league, and so, and he didn't say anything, and a few minutes later, he says to me, "You didn't really mean that, did you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I really did." But I mean, that's the best way to play anyway. Even when they're under a lot of pressure, is like more like relax, like you don't care. I just happened in the league, I really didn't, because it's just not that important to me. I mean,
You got to care enough to focus, but not enough to distract yourself by how much you want to win.
I tend to try to play the same way all the time. If it's a league, I try to play at the same kind of standard and level. I mean, just because I don't care so much doesn't mean I'm not going to try to execute. I just don't like it that much. Now, VP4 league's actually a lot better because you get to play a lot. See, real life leagues aren't run like the VP4 leagues are. APA is probably closest, but they don't get most league play, you don't get to play very many games. And in VP4 you get to play a lot of games, and you get to play them back to back. None of this sitting and watching for 10 or 15 minutes before you get up and play one game again. It's like, so the VP4 leagues are pretty good, but we've got to keep the lower ranked players happy because they're important to, I think, getting enough participants for the league. So I don't want to just take the money balls off and leave it at that, because I think, it's, well, you know how Friday Night Nine Ball is. What chance does somebody that's a 1,700 rating got against somebody that's a 2,300? I mean, how many times can they win? And I don't know the answer to that, but I bet it's not very many.
Not very many, but there's the occasional bit. I mean, obviously they need a fair bit of assistance, but generally most of the times, no, they won't get there.
Yeah, I'm not talking about making them a lot stronger. I'm just talking about a little stronger. I mean, it's not even going to be noticeable probably in most cases. I don't think I'm going to go to like a 4 out or something like that on the handicap. So it won't. It'll still be a max of 5 out. You might just get there a little quicker.
Good afternoon to Machine.
Vector Dawn is most of the reason we need a handicap system. Is that what you're saying, Semi?
Well, I mean, the thing about handicap systems is that they don't work good for dime ball because there's a huge difference. Like Z Karaoke, he was one of the guys that complained to me about the money balls being on in the break. But you got to understand the way Z Karaoke plays. He plays loose. Anybody playing him is going to get to the table a lot and get opportunities to win. And once they win, now they get to break, and it's just a slippery slope. Whereas a player like a Spectre Don, he's not going to give you that many opportunities. So there's a huge difference between somebody that's like a weak A player, good B player, and somebody that's like a double A player and up, as far as what that handicap is like. So I can understand it, that somebody in his level is giving up a lot of handicap and having trouble with it because he doesn't know how to keep his opponent off the table. That's really what it comes down to, is you can't give your opponent too many chances when they're getting a lot of weight. I've given up tons of weight playing before, and you sort of have to learn how to play giving up weight. But the key thing is opportunities. And then if you're getting a weight, you got to learn how to play getting weight. What to do when you're getting weight. And a lot of these guys don't understand how to take advantage of having that weight. Like, I'll give you an example. Here's a real simple thing. Let's say you're getting like the 6 out, and you break and you make a ball, but you don't have a shot on the 1, so you're going to push out. Well, the smart thing to do is like push out and tie up the 8 and 9 or the 7 and 8 or something like that.
Yeah.
Because you don't need those balls.
Exactly.
So you do a push out where you tie those balls up. So now the table's still good for you and it's bad for your opponent. It's a simple little thing, but you watch guys play.
But
they don't do that.
That's you asking somebody to think about what they're doing, Steve. Many times they ask people that, or say to people, think about what you're doing, and in one ear out the other. That's what happens there.
It's they need to see it. They need to see somebody play that way, and then maybe there's some chance it'll soak in. But anyhow, I mean, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'd kind of like to bring the velocities of the cues down some, just because I think they're a little on the high side.
Aye, but only since you changed this brake, or this tweak with the rack. I would wait until you see what happens.
I mean, before the racks were so shitty. I mean, one of the reasons the racks got that shitty is because of the brake cues, how hard they hit them.
Well, you never told us that before.
Well, I mean, it's all related.
So the racks were breaking bad because of the brake cues. And we've been 8 years in VP4. Come on.
It's not a one-to-one correspondence, but they are related. I think the max brake cue should maybe be no more than 25, maybe even 24. Because right now we've got, let's see, what do we have? The Rainbow Breaker is 27. And let's see, what else do we have? So the Icebreaker is
So Barker's on the hill.
25.4. And the solar system is...
Oh, that's the dud one, isn't it? Or the one I call the dud one, the lowest one. So throw out the top two altogether.
It's 23. The Rainbow Breaker's 23. So
solar system, you mean?
The solar system. A max play queue is, I believe, 20. Although the house queue is less than that. I think the house queue is 17 or 18. But the thing is related to real life. And now that I'm tightening these racks up more like somebody would rack them in real life with the balls tight certain places, it's
what's Rob talking about? He said,
I'll tell you the most important thing about braking, and it's not speed. The most important thing is that you can hit that head ball the way you want. So if you're trying to hit that thing, dead on, which is, other than a cut brake, you're always trying to hit that thing dead on, no matter where you put the cue ball. That's the most important thing in braking well. That's the critical skill you have to learn. From there, it comes, speed becomes important. That's the next critical thing is being able to hit the ball at a certain speed and being able to generate more speed. And then, there's a lot of knowledge things about the rack and where to brake from and how to adjust. But the number one thing that most people can't do in real life is they can't hit that head ball square. And that's a lot more important than how fast you hit them. But in virtual pool, you can always hit that head ball square. So, you've got a lot of speed, and as the speed goes up, the accuracy doesn't decrease. And that's why I think made a mistake by making the brake cues hit the ball that hard. And now that we're fixing the rack, I think those are going to have to be addressed.
The rack tightness dominates those factors, I think.
Well, I mean, the ball's just going to spread apart better with the rack being put together better, and it also means balls are going to travel further. And the thing about pool balls is the farther they travel, the more chance they're going to go in a pocket.
Sure, but also if it's a tight rack, then they start going predictably towards pockets if you break in certain ways.
Well,
which is
I mean,
certainly how real pool works.
but the thing is racks are never perfect. And even with a magic rack, it's not perfect because of other things with the balls, but it can be close to perfect.
It can be close enough to perfect where I can make the same ball in the same pocket 10 times
Well,
in a row
if the
on a magic
balls are
rack.
clean and,
The
I
rack's
mean, there has to
definitely
be other things, but given that the conditions are right, you can make that wing ball like at least 95% of the time.
the rack's
Yeah.
definitely broken because I just tested 9-ball there and scratched the brake.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, it's one of those things where it's not as much predictability as making sure the rack comes apart, because I don't want to make it super predictive, because that's a problem, and that becomes a problem with the computer being able to rack them perfectly. What I
Well,
want to make them is so that the rack comes apart well, but it's not that predictable. Yeah, is the wing ball going to go a little more now than it used to? Probably, but it's not going to be like, you can get that break wire to make that wing ball every time. The way it's set up now, I don't think that will happen. But what I'm more concerned about is because the rack's going to come apart well, and balls are going to travel so far, is that, all of a sudden now, instead of making one ball in a break, you're making 2 and 3s. And that's a big issue with the money ball spot.
well, I've
You know,
just
the thing,
done 3 breaks and then the third break got a ball in.
well, the other thing you got to realize is that where the money balls are racked, right behind the 1 ball, and then, immediately behind the 9 ball. So they're racked in the 2nd row and the 4th row and 9 ball. And those balls are not balls that you're typically going to make. But as the break speed goes up, those balls go in a lot more. I've seen Shane do this break where, like, he'll break from the right side, and he'll make the ball on the left side behind the 9 ball, the ball on roll 4 in that corner pocket, not banking across, go straight in that corner pocket. And I've seen him practice that break, and that's one of the breaks he hits at like over 25 mile an hour. If you can hit it that hard accurately, you can make that ball that's behind the 9 ball. And you know, with that being a money ball, and it goes for all the money balls. What's going to end up happening with a better rack and real high break speed is the money balls are going to move a lot further, and they're going to go in a lot. I guarantee you somebody will win like 3 or 4 racks in a row if we leave it the way it is.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, I got the cue ball to stop.
Sometimes they all go flying around the table and end up dry many times.
Well, they can, but when you're getting 5 out of the 9 balls as money balls,
Yeah.
it's not that hard to make one.
Oh no, yeah, that's an extreme situation.
I can remember Justin Hall coming in and giving this guy that owned the pool room, he gave him the 5 out in the breaks.
And
They're playing and the break. They were playing $2,000 races, and Justin Hall didn't like it.
I mean, how are you gonna like it if the other guy keeps, making any ball on the break, and then either he wins on the break or every ball that's left on the table is a money ball for him.
Yeah, it's I mean, this guy wasn't a very strong player, but
he'd have to be a very weak player for anybody to be able to beat him with that spot, though.
Well, he wasn't getting beat with that spot. Then he gave him the 5 out without the break, and then Justin was winning with that. I mean, it wasn't like completely one-sided, but
huge difference there.
He went to winning, and yeah, well, I mean, that's why I'm talking about this with the league, because it's going to be a huge difference. if we just turn the money balls off.
Well, right, and just that spot. If Justin gets to break the balls whenever he wins, then suddenly he can outrun it. If he never gets to break
Yeah.
the balls, then he doesn't have a chance.
I mean, I was playing one pocket with that guy and giving him 12-7 and the first foul for free. And my one pocket game isn't that good. So, I mean, you know, he wasn't a real strong player.
Buddy of mine got duped by a guy offered him the spot where he said, I'll spot you the 3 and out if you spot me the break and ball in hand after the break, or something like that.
Anybody that can play is going to drill you with that.
Right. Well, anybody who can beat the ghost, certainly.
Yeah, it's like well, you got to be able to beat the ghost convincingly. I mean, like on my table, which is a pretty tough table, if I'm playing well, I can beat the 9-ball ghost. Like if I play races of 7, I'm usually winning 7-3, 7-4. I'll lose some of them. 10-ball, I play on that table. I play about even with a ghost, about 50-50. So I could probably win that bet in 9-ball, especially on a table easier than mine. But if you're beating a ghost 7-6 and you're giving the guy the 3 out, because you know he's going to win. He's going to win some games. He's going to break and be able to. He's got to win some games like that. So you've got to be able to beat the 9-ball ghost pretty convincingly to give that spot up.
Well, no, I mean you're spotting the 9-ball ghost every single ball on the table. So if you can beat the ghost, you can beat anyone with that spot.
Yeah, but the problem is that the 9-ball on the 9-ball ghost, you'd have an opponent who breaks. In other words, you're always breaking.
No, he was getting the breaks.
He was always getting the breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, then it is pretty much like playing the ghost.
It's pretty much playing the ghost, except occasionally you can win even if you don't get out.
Right.
It's safe.
Actually, probably more than occasionally. Yeah, that's easier than playing the ghost. You're right.
It is.
Yeah, I should remember to get that spot. I know guys I could give that spot up to that would probably fall for it.
It sounds like a big spot, but against a good enough player, you're actually not gonna have a chance, even if you're a great player yourself.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter, you know, on league night. I remember this guy in league night. Those guys have no idea what speed I play. So I said to this one guy, I said, "What's it going to take for us to gamble?" And he says, "I want the 7 out." And I said, "Okay." And then he changed his mind. So you know, it's that's the way it is in that place. It's like nobody's going to play. I've gotten one game in there since I've been going in there, and I don't know. I've been here for like 6-7 years.
Yeah, brain fell out. The ghost is an imaginary player who is literally perfect at pool, and so every time you miss, you lose the rack.
Yeah. Now, if you really want to play the ghost in a way that's most productive, some people call this a pro ghost, but what you do is you break and you don't get ball in hand. So it means you have to break well. You have to get a shot on the 1 ball. You don't necessarily have to make a ball. It's okay if you break dry, but you don't get ball in hand. So that means you've got to be able to control the balls so that you get a shot, and that's actually a better way to play because the breaks once you get up at the high level, the break's the most important thing.
For a while, Josh Filler was sort of stuck in the U.S. because pandemic issues happened and he couldn't go back home, and so he was staying at a friend of mine's house actually and playing the ghost on live stream just for people to log in and watch him play and bet against him. But he was playing the 9-ball ghost with you like dry breaks are a loss and no ball in hand.
Yeah.
And he was still beating it like 7-0, 7-1.
Well, he should. I mean, if he's breaking well, he should. Even if he breaks not so well, he's probably going to be 50-50. I mean, I had some friends doing a league. I didn't participate in it, but you basically take a video camera and video yourself. You're playing so many racks, against the Ghost, and however many you win is your score. And they were doing like a weekly league like that. I've seen some pretty impressive things. Rodney Morris beating the 15 ball Ghost.
That must have been fun to watch.
Yeah. Rodney Morris beat the 15 ball Ghost. I've seen Tang beat the 13 ball Ghost. I've never really tried to go up and see how high I could go, but I'm pretty sure that I'd have a lot of trouble getting. I might be able to get to 13. I know 15 is probably out of reach for me because Rodney's the only one I even ever heard of beating a 15 ball Ghost. Somebody else may have done it, but I haven't heard of it.
People always tell stories about Efren doing it, but they're never specific, like a specific time, a specific score. They just claim he used to do it as a practice.
Well,
I could
believe Efren could do it. I remember this guy was in hard times, and he was giving guys a number that they had to get. It's basically you get 5 breaks with a full rack, like one pocket, and then you have to make as many balls as you can in one pocket. You get 1 turn at the table to make as many balls as you can in one pocket, and that's your score for that rack. So you get 5 of them, and those 5 total up. So I think he came in and, God,
Alex,
I think he gave Tang like 17 or 18 or something like that for 1,000, and Tang lost. And then Keith went in, and I think he gave Keith like 25 or 26 or something like that as number, and Keith lost. And
Keith
then
after 25 in 5
racks. Well, you got to remember that if you try that, it's hard because you may not even have a shot after the break.
So Alex, okay, yeah, I guess no ball in hand. Alex was getting ball in hand after the break.
Well, that makes a huge difference.
But he was running all 15 like surprisingly regularly.
Well, that makes a huge difference getting ball in hand. And then Efren, I think they started him at 30 and he won. Efren won, and then I think they got up to 36 before the guy quit Efren. It's a really hard deal to do. And they were doing it on tight tables too. They were in the tournament room, so those are all 4-inch pocket tables, which makes a huge difference.
Are you talking about playing the Ghost in VP4 semi-pro? I could play the Ghost right now. I think all you do, you pass turn. Do you not? I'm trying to remember how you do it, but I'm sure that's what you do. I mean, I'm obviously in the room myself.
I mean, you'd have to keep your own score. The game won't score it for you.
Yeah, it's for starters, you don't have ball in hand.
Yeah, does the second imaginary player not have to foul in his first shot so that you get ball in hand to carry on? Is that not what happens? I've just broke off and potted a ball. Do I carry on playing again? I can't remember.
Yeah, you can give yourself ball in hand by just shooting into a pocket right now.
The thing is it's only keeping score for one player, not two. Although you can keep track of it yourself, certainly.
Yeah.
Right.
But playing a Ghost it's good practice. I mean, I do it. That's one of the things I do to get ready to play is I play the Ghost, because then you're trying to accomplish something. It's just, it gives you motivation to play better.
How long have we got? 10 minutes?
Yep. Who is the second game? It was Tommy and...
That's it up on the screen, Shibo and Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
Shibo says to me this afternoon when I came online, he said, I need some help. I said, I tried to give you help. I've been trying for 15 years to give you help. You've never listened to me 15 years ago, and you still never listened to me before your first match, so what's the point in giving you any advice?
Well, I see Tommy and Shibo both logged into VP4 within the last 10 minutes.
Here's a perfect example to show how I aim when I'm like this. I always use the shaft in this situation because I'm Chinese snookered over the 7 ball. I would never try and line up like that and try and look at the top of the screen and see the 3 ball. What I do is I cheat. So I jack up the butt and then if I can get it to what that is, hang on a minute. That's what I do. And then I use the W key, and if you look at the shaft of the cue, where it's cutting the edge of that 3 ball on the screen, that's how I try and line up my cut. So I'm looking at where the edge of the butt of the cue is. So you can jack up like that so that you're high enough so the shaft is up and in line. But when you hit the W key, the walk back button, that's how I aim on a shot like this. And watch me still miss it. Right, so now the only thing you've got to do is when you jack up is make sure you're not fiddling around with the cue tip, because then you're putting English in the cue ball. You just have to jack straight up. Now I think that is it, and I know that this 4-8 4-7's a combo, so I don't need to worry. So I'm going to go with that as the line. Now I can't see the 3 ball. Oh shit! I did a pot man. In fact, I don't even think that was online. Looking at it, it was going too thick.
Is it hard to set up playing a ghost? I don't think that would be particularly hard, but if I did it, it'd just be an offline. I wouldn't do it in online.
I think it'd be cool if there was a way in online mode, because I never even boot up the offline mode. I think it'd be cool to be able to do some like setups like the ghost or like drills or something like that just in your own room in the online mode.
It's part of the separate functionality of product. I've just kept all that stuff separate. It's easier. I'm not going to change that. But there's a lot of stuff in the offline people don't use. You know, like most people don't use the practice drills with the game engine on. You know, it's like I do stuff and
I don't remember what's in the offline mode because I haven't run it in.
well, there's a lot of capability for doing that stuff. If I'm going to put something in on online, it's going to be a game, and I've played this game in real life. So it's basically table layouts. You do a tournament where everybody plays the exact same table. So let's say the tournament's 10 tables, 10 racks. So everybody plays the exact same racks. It's you count the strokes. It's like golf. You want to lower strokes is better. And at the end of 10 racks, whatever your score is, that's your score for the tournament. So everybody plays the exact same tables, exact same layouts. And I've actually got the code to do that. I actually had an arcade game that I built that for. So it's a pretty cool game. I played a tournament like that in real life and had a couple brain farts. Twice I took 5 shots on the 10 ball. And after the first day, I was tied with Mike Massey in 3rd place after throwing. You got to figure, okay, well, how many shots should you take on the 10 ball? Well, probably not more than 2 or 3. So I probably threw away at least 5 or 6 strokes. And let's see, who was in front of me? Nobody you'd know. I think Everly was right behind me in 4th. The guys in front of me were a couple. One was a Mexican player you wouldn't know. I'm trying to think who else was there. There weren't a lot of known players that you would know there, but there was.
Bold of you to assume there's anyone in the pool world I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to think of the Mexican kid's name. He was a good player, not a champion, but a really good player. I didn't think who else was there.
Brain
This was a
Fallout.
long time ago.
Brainfallout's asking about offline updates, considering we've had an update in VP4 online.
He wants what?
He wants to know if the physics updates hit online and offline at the same times.
No, they don't. But I do update the I do update the offline with the same physics. Like right now, they have the same physics. The balls aren't going to break the same because that's a brand new thing. That won't be till I do an update.
Let's talk about bugs in VP4. The guys that are watching, how many times have you been in a room, which might be a match room, watching somebody, the match finishes, and suddenly you get a pop-up saying, do you want to save the recording, even though you don't have recording switched on? I've mentioned this before, it's still there, that bug.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you had recording set probably earlier.
No, I've got recordings off permanent. But yeah, occasionally you get a pop-up saying, do you want to save the recording on something that you're just watching?
Yeah, I've never set recording to on.
Unfortunately, since I haven't ever seen that and don't know how to reproduce it, the only thing I can do is look at the code and hope I see something. It's a lot easier to track it down if I can actually reproduce it.
I'll be honest with you, you could go in and out in rooms all day and maybe not see it, and then suddenly you'll see it once or twice. So it's not a regular occurrence, but it happens more often than it doesn't. What's Larry saying? Larry's never seen it. No, because you're usually playing, Larry. You don't generally go in and spectating people. That's where you have to do it, yeah. Or you have to be in watching maybe. I think it's usually a match. It won't happen in a challenge room.
Well, I have seen the spectator get out of sync sometimes. I mean, if you're gonna have a sync issue, it's more likely going into a room as a spectator. I have seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's related to it. I don't know, but I have seen that, and I'm not quite sure how that can happen.
I think every time I've seen it, it was in a match room, and I think maybe every time, or maybe just more often than not, it's when I've gone into a match room and I'm waiting to play in the next match. And so when the one in progress ends, it asks if you want to save the recording.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'll say that again. You can also confirm that you don't have recordings on ever.
Right, I don't ever set that to on.
Anyway, we're about 2 minutes probably away from this room going up. And the good news is we've got 2 players to start with, so that's always a good starting point. And Tommy should win this. We'll see how long Shibo sticks to any sort of game plan. I would suggest 30 seconds, and then that's gone down the pan.
Yeah, well, it's hard to change your spots when just by saying it or thinking it. I mean, it's
if he sees a ball, he's going to pot it. That's a general approach.
Yeah, I mean it's not easy to get better, especially because you have a built-up repertoire of habits that have to change.
Yeah, you can't just say I'm going to play safe more often. You have to know which shots
exactly
you weren't playing safe on that you now should. And if you knew that in the first place, you would already be doing it.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. That's the part that's missing from his game. He doesn't know when to wind it in. Well, we'll see. He might surprise me. You never know.
Well, it's hard to change when you're talking about patterns or thinking about, should I play safe or not, or because when you start thinking when you're playing it sort of takes you out of rhythm, and most people aren't good at it. So it's one of those things that you have to get to the point where it's almost automatic. You look at the table and the situation and you know what to do, and you do it. As soon as you have to start thinking a lot. Now, obviously in one pocket, that does come up where you have to think more. But, you know, when you see a good player and they're thinking, they're just running through some shot options in their mind, and they're very skilled. They know a lot of different ways to hit the ball, and they're sort of trying to figure, a risk reward kind of evaluation on, if I shoot this versus this, or, it's not the same as how most people that are at a Shibo level are going to think about, gee, should I play safe here? It's a little different thought process because they recognize all the shots so easily.
Right, here we go. 2 players in the room. Lag for the break. Race to 13 on the one lost side. Alternate breaks, no jump cues. That's it. Off we go.
So I've been watching Tony Chohan play Bustamante, and right now I've got Robert LeBlanc and Ed Kelly commentating, and it's pretty special because LeBlanc was a good player, knowledgeable, interesting fellow, and Ed Kelly is one of the greats. I mean, he's from a different era.
Kelly?
What's that?
Champagne Eddie Kelly?
Yeah.
I never thought he was still alive. I thought he'd been dead for like as long as I've been playing pool.
No, he was on the stream, and the stream is, let's see, how old was the stream? Okay, now I had a clue. What were they talking about? They were talking about something.
Huh.
I think they were talking about a tournament at Hard Times. And so that's been closed for, I don't know, a few years now. So it was at least a few years ago. It was a POV pool, Daniel Bush. It was probably not older than 7 years old. I'd say it's probably 4 or 5 year old stream.
The POV pool hasn't been doing many live streams recently, by the way. I mean, it's been a good number of months since he's done a live stream.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, he tried to turn it into something. It's difficult to be a streamer and make any money in a sport where you have relatively low audience rates. I mean, I come on here and tell guys, you got to go look at this stream. You got to go look at this stream, and these are people that are playing virtual pool and have some sort of connection to pool. How many of them go look at streams?
Probably not a lot. I post links for live streams
yeah.
at quite a regular basis when I find them, and they pop up on Facebook and they pop up on YouTube, and I'm sure people don't pay attention.
Because it's a way you can learn, but, I don't, I guess people just don't have time or they don't enjoy it or there's some reason, but it doesn't happen. I enjoy them. Plus I've learned a lot from watching streams. If I can't sleep, I'm going to watch a pool stream.
Yeah, I watch a ton of streams.
So Tommy, good chance here.
He played a good safe, and Shibo kicked and made a good hit, but didn't quite get a rail.
Yeah, well, Tommy's really improved, and he's one of the people that are at that level where now it gets really hard to get better.
Once you get to the level, 5-ball is makeable though.
I don't think it is either. And the carom's tough with the 5-ball that close to the rail, the billiard shot.
Yeah, that's not going.
No, the combo's not too bad. I mean, I would shoot the combo here.
Because once the 5 comes off the rail, it's got to cut that 10 real thin.
Yeah, but I mean that's a doable shot. Plus, you can take the cue ball forward to the end rail and maybe get safe because the 5-ball is going to go around the table. It could potentially go in the corner pocket depending on how the 10s hit. But
I think he's playing the.
Yeah, I think he's playing the shot you're talking about.
Yeah, I like this shot. Because I think especially if you get the cue ball to the end rail, because I think you got a reasonable chance of coming up with a safety.
Right.
Well, he didn't hit it hard enough. He cut it way too much, and that was no good.
Well, here's perfect situation for Shibo.
10 real thin.
Well, he didn't have to hit it anywhere near that thin. I mean. It was a cut shot, but maybe, 30, 40 degrees. I mean, it wasn't like ridiculous. Because that pocket's big, if you get onto long rail, you can hit that long rail half a diamond out and the ball still probably goes in.
Right, so it's going to be 3 rails to get on the 8. So the rule of the game here is don't scratch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that kind of shot, the main thing you got to look for is how much of the 7 to take.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's just showing me I'm just letting the ball go around there and hoping it doesn't go in. That's how that shot was hit. But yeah, I mean,
that's one
you
of those
don't-
shots where thickness of hit is more important than English or pace.
Yeah,
Yeah.
typically on that kind of shot, you're going to hit it with a little running English, and then you're going to control the angle by how much ball you take.
So, good start for Shebo getting that first rack.
Yeah, I just, I don't see Shebo beating Tommy.
Well, Cobra says 13-6. I would say probably along those lines as well.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, Tommy's really
Now-
improved.
Should we see if Shibo's doing your W key here, Hugh?
Well, that's exactly what you should. Well, he needs to do it better than I did. Well, obviously he didn't.
Well, I don't know if he used the W key, but it wasn't better.
Or obviously he did, because I never even got the ball to the cue ball to the object ball.
That's true. He did hit it better than you.
I can't imagine he's not going to play safe here. Just roll up on the 6 ball.
I would roll up on the 6, but he's hitting the 1 the other way.
Yeah, he doesn't look as if he's doing any rolling up.
Well, it didn't go, so he's playing a different safe behind the 6.
I
think
think
that's
I mean,
the harder way
was-
to do it.
Yeah, that wasn't the smart way to do it. I lost the match to Oscar Dominguez by getting nervous and doing something like that instead of just rolling the ball.
He got there, though. He can't see any part of the 1.
Yeah, but it's just not as reliable.
Right. It's the tougher way.
Now, here's an example here. I mean, he can do his best to try and hit this. I'd be trying locking something up. That's what I'd be doing.
I might try to hit this. The hit isn't terrible. The 2-rail kick, you're going to have to hold the cue ball up just a little bit.
He tried to swerve it a little instead.
Yeah, that little swerve shot's tricky.
It is tricky, and he could have hit it and scratched even if he did.
Well, and if he didn't scratch, he was probably going to sell out. That's the problem with in that situation. He's going to hit the one easy over the side rail.
Trying the little billiard.
You do have to be honest with yourself about the tie-up shot too, though, Hugh. You're not guaranteed to actually tie up the balls you're trying to tie up.
Exactly. I mean, you're right in your luck trying that, but
this is the right play. You just got to make sure you don't overcut that 10 ball and hit into the long rail.
That'll do it.
That's perfect. Yep.
He hit it great. I would have tried the run out because the 1 went and nothing was. There was nothing that didn't have a pocket available.
Let's see here. So
the balls are breaking good. I'll say that.
Oh, the ball should break a lot better. I made this rack is a lot more like the kind of rack you're going to get in real life. Now let's see what he decides to do here.
It's too bad the spectators can't do a replay. I was going to see which balls those were that went in. Well, one of them is the 1. We know where that one was racked. The other one, I don't know where the 2 was.
I'll do the replay next time.
Well, that wasn't a very good safety. And that's no good, too.
Well, that 4 ball's a nice target. If you can find a path to it. What's he calling here?
He's going to go ahead and bank away, which nothing wrong with this. You bank good. This isn't that hard to bank. I mean, it's not a guaranteed one, but it's...
And at the right speed, the 3 could end up down there, the other end of the
well
table,
played.
Maybe behind the 10.
Now, the 5 goes past the 9, no problem.
Yeah, looks like he's going forward, which I think is a mistake here. I think he's going back. That's what you want to do here.
There's a big scratch in the side coming back, though.
He didn't get into it.
Well, I wouldn't be anywhere close to that side pocket. I'd be like at least a diamond above it. You
have to hit it pretty hard to get that much.
Well, I mean, you just don't want to be around the side pocket. I remember I was playing Pack a Lion at Derby City. I'm up 3-1. I'm running out. I got 8-9, and I didn't pull it above the side pocket like I normally do, and went right in, and I ended up losing the match. And I mean, that's one of those times I'm sitting there going, "You're an idiot. You always pull that ball above the side pocket. Why didn't you do it there?" Well, probably because I was playing Pack a Lion. I don't know, but it's like you get a little nervous and your brain stops working and you don't do what you're supposed to do. I mean, really, the important thing on those shots is that you just take that out of play. The side pocket's there. You want to just take it out of play so it can't happen.
Well, Larry, those first two breaks were still good breaks. The pack's still open nice. Obviously they didn't go in a hole any ball, but they were still good open breaks.
The idea isn't that you make a ball every time. The idea is that the ball's spread out.
Yeah.
That you don't have a slug. I mean, that's the idea, is that there's no slug wrecks.
Larry's so demanding, he wants a ball in the break every time.
Yeah, well.
When it's his break, he does.
Well, for starters, I mean, this is barely out wide enough. He should probably go at least an inch further off of the center. This is really narrow.
All right. Second row balls both went well low.
Yeah, so that's just the wrong place to break from. The one ball's low too. You need to move over more.
Second row balls going low means the rack wasn't tight in real life. I don't know what it means. A virtual ball.
I didn't say the racks are all going to be tight. I said that you're not going to get slugs.
Oh, dear.
Look at that.
Well, there's a safety failure. He was surely trying to get over here between 5 and 8. There was a side.
Let's see what kind of choice he makes here. He's going to play the slide across, which I don't like as much as going forward into the side pocket.
Yeah.
Now he's going to go forward in the side pocket. That's a better choice.
Now, if he gets a good angle in this 4, he should be thinking ahead. If he gets it, see where the cue ball is now. If he gets that sort of angle in the 4, he can come over on the short side of the 5 into the gap between the 7 and 8. He should already have thought about that, but the problem is getting to that position in the 4. That's the problem.
Well, that's not a bad position. Yeah, you're going to have to go, forward with left English.
Yeah.
Actually, kind of a stun forward, I think, to get enough angle here.
Miss the 6 ball if he can.
Nice. Well, that was the right idea, but he's
a little firmer,
not quite wide enough, and it needed to be harder.
A little firmer, and it would have stunned over to his left even more, and it might have worked.
That was tough because he didn't have the problem with where he was at is that he was having to manipulate the cue ball to get it on the right line, and the window there was pretty small where he needed to be. So I mean, even for a top pro, they're not going to like that shot. If you get in a spot where the line's easy to get on, then it's not a problem. As soon as you have to start, I'm going to stun it a little and put left English on it, and, that's a hard shot.
By the way, Steve, why am I not on the VP4 customer support team? Because I spent 45 minutes at least with that guy there, Scotty Slow, who is the player that was in the live stream the other night there, and he bought VP4. And he couldn't. I can't remember what country he's from, so his English isn't that great.
Slovenia.
Yeah, and I spent 45 minutes this afternoon with him. First of all, I thought it was his mouse that was wrong. Then I worked out it was his. Eventually, it was his field of view. But then the problem was, the bug in VP4 where it doesn't save, and then you have to set the default.
Well, he must have had an old version.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah. Well, that was before the update. So anyway, I told him.
I've tried to fix that bug 3 times.
Yeah, I told him, listen, just hit the default button and then do what I said again, and it should be okay. And luckily, he said he got it right. So he's happy. It's all up and running.
Well, I guess you are on the customer support
team.
Of
course, and it's all free of charge, by the way.
Volunteer customer support.
Right, so what's the score in this match? It's going to be 2-2. That's what it's going to be.
It's going to be 2-2, and so far it's been, not terrible play, but certainly not, they're certainly not keeping each other off the table.
Oh,
That caught the point. That was close.
Yeah. It looked in and thought about it and then decided to go in.
And I think Tommy plays good enough to keep Shibo off the table some, but not vice versa.
Yeah, another good break.
Well, that one, Tommy's only mistake.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Knocked the cue ball straight into the pocket, trying to play safe on the one. So I think odds are he will cut out that level of mistake.
You got a couple choices here. You can.
Oh, he's just gone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's just got. Now, the other option is, can he get down on this three? Yes, he can.
Yeah, well, yeah. This table's sitting good. I mean, it's hard to get on this three in a way that you're not going to get a shot on the five. Although he's trying to. He's a little low.
Oh, he's fine. Yeah, he can
roll this. He's okay. If he got a little further lower, he'd be in trouble. But I mean, there's a lot of room there.
Oh, there's Scotty there. There he is. Good evening. Now, I should have worked out that he's from Slovenia, seeing that his name is Scotty Slow. It took a while for that to sink in.
Oh, you mean you thought he was slow?
No, yeah, I didn't work out that the slow was the abbreviation for Slovenia.
Yeah, he needs to check this ball a little.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
Going for a big key-4 draw or something stupid, yeah.
No, he's doing weird things here. This is just not... I don't know what the hell that was. All I need to do is put a little left English on and check it up and shoot the 7 in the side pocket. Instead, he's left himself this.
That's the example of what I'm talking about. I mean, he doesn't think about the way the ball's going and how's the easiest way to get to that ball.
That's the thing, is if you have to think about that, that's already a problem. I mean, you got to get to the point where that sort of thing is not... I mean, that's just... It's just... And it's costing them the game. And that's a 2-game swing on that.
That's how racks will drift away, yeah.
It's got to be automatic. You look at it and you know how to hit it and you go. I mean, if you got to think about that, you're already in trouble.
Well, that's the thing. If you've played the game long enough, and the guys that have played the game long enough know it's like autopilot. You just know what you're going to do, and you shouldn't have to think about it at all. But when you're not thinking in the first place, then you're not seeing the correct shot to get there.
Well, and this is what I'm saying about thinking, is that if you're thinking, you're not on autopilot.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's a left brain, right brain thing. You want to play pool with your right brain, which is your creative side. If you're playing with your logical side, you're in trouble. And when you start thinking, that activates the logical side. So it's a skill to be able to think about something, make a decision, and then turn that off and go back to the right side of your brain, because you activate that left side when you think. And
that's a bit weak from Tommy. There's a gap between the 5 and 9 here.
Yeah,
I like to think of it as being the coach of my subconscious.
Well, yeah, and that's a good way to think of it. Is that you're just coaching, because it's just sort of like a little suggestion. But when you have simple shots like that and you have to think, you're going to take yourself right out of it. That's just you've got to just be able to react to that. That's basically what you want to do, is just react to the situation. And that word react kind of means it's a reflexive. It's not having to think about it.
Well, Tommy gave Shibo that chance there, and they did find the gap of that 2 ball that didn't get the pot, which was the vital part of the whole procedure.
Yeah.
And this is looking likely to be another rack going.
Yeah.
Only 6
this is interesting right here. He's either got to get wide of the 9 or he's got to stun the thing around.
Well, he didn't do either. He just tried dead weight, and he's got there.
He got there. Well, he's okay. He got on the outside of the 9. I think it was the way it was sitting. He was almost bound to. Yeah, as soon as you start thinking about something, you have what happened to me when I'm playing Pag a Lion and I'm about to go up 4-1, and instead I dog it, and now it's 3-2, and I lose the match. And not that I was necessarily going to beat him, but you know, you can't do that. And I guarantee you, the reason that happened to me is because I started thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
You just can't do that.
Now, the one difference between the virtual game and the physical one, though, is that you don't need your subconscious to be coordinating your muscles particularly effectively in this game. So the role of the subconscious can be less. You can think your way through virtual pool a little bit better than you can think your way through physical pool, where your execution is just going to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, but that's true. But I still see people dog it, virtual pool too. And there's other different kinds of dogs, like the visual dog, where they miss a ball they never should miss.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I like that one. That's my favorite.
Yeah, there's really no reason to miss balls in virtual pool if you understand a visual, but people get under pressure, and we've seen it, time and time again with guys like Cobra and Albinario. They're playing great, and it gets down to the end, and they miss stuff they haven't missed all day.
Pressure or no pressure, my eyes play tricks on me all the time, playing pool on a computer monitor instead of a
Yeah, well,
3D
me too,
world.
and that's part of the reasons why we don't play as good as we should. I need to get on this thing and play. I tell myself I'm going to do that, but I'm so busy that I don't.
Quick reminder to the guys watching the third match of this evening's extravaganza is
Safety.
a winner's side match between Jose and Albinario, and that starts in about 18 minutes' time.
So right now, we got Shibo kicking at this 2-ball, and this is a tough kick. That was a pretty good safety. I mean, this is the kind of kick where you don't have to even hit the ball. And he didn't.
Well, he's done one good thing. He's created a mess up top by hitting that 4-ball.
Well, here's where you just need to think about. The first thing you can look at is, do I have a play on the 10, which he doesn't. Then you have to think about.
It's a combo.
Yeah, the combo he's sizing up, I think, is the one I would go for.
Well, it's a lot better than trying to break it out. Usually, if you have a way of not moving balls, it's better.
Yeah, not only that, but this cluster is guarded by the 10 and the 8. There are a lot of ways to go into those balls and not end up with anything.
Wide ball, wide open.
He needs to stun this a little, unless he's going to run through with the cue ball. Yeah, he is going to stun it. I think that's wise, because.
Ooh, I thought the 3 would go a little further forward than that. I don't
Yeah.
know why I thought that.
Well, he's still okay. He's just chip it.
I think he just needs a little more draw on it. Yeah, hold the cue ball back. Because I was thinking he'd shoot the 3 in the same pocket.
I say okay, but it's a bit tightish.
It's very thin. He's got to figure out. I think he's got to go past the 5 and come back out toward the middle of the table.
Yeah, this isn't a hard shot.
3 or 4 rails.
I just run into the 7.
Yeah, it wouldn't do any harm hitting one of these.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the pocketing the ball is trivial.
Yeah. Oh dear, what's happened here though? That was your idea, Steve.
That was one danger. When you're hitting balls, you have to think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to hit that. It's hard to get that line exactly on the 7, but you can change your speed based on what you think is going to happen. I mean, there was always a chance, no matter what, it was going to roll up on top of the 5 ball. I would have hit it harder, but
Tommy's got this rail first all day.
This isn't a shot you should miss.
It's a little different when the rail doesn't compress. It changes things.
Oh, it tried.
I haven't noticed that much difference, because you're not really compressing the rail much in that. I mean,
it kind of changes where the cue ball leaves the rail, even at moderate speeds. Maybe it's an optical illusion for me on a real table, but
I haven't noticed that. The place I notice the rail not compressing is on banks when the ball's close to the rail. It's, the double kiss is a lot more present. You need a lot more room.
Yeah, it definitely makes a big difference in that situation.
Well, this is the telling shot if he can find his way onto this 8-ball. Now it needs to keep running. It looks a good pace, but it might not get there.
Boy, that's just...
Yeah.
Well, that was a little funny there. I mean, you just can't afford to come up short there.
And this is how the racks just keep leaking away.
That shot was a little tricky.
It was
because
easy.
You got a side pocket there, and if you come down too low, you run into the 10 or the 8. I mean, his line was actually reasonable. He just didn't hit it hard enough.
Well, and the English is all going the wrong way on the second rail because you hit the shot with right in order to come back up the table in the first place, and then the 7-ball puts even more right on it, and then by the time that hits the second rail, check.
On that shot, that was an advantage to have it to check.
Hang on,
because it helped.
You can get it. I thought he was getting a lucky roll there, but not enough.
No, that's...
So it's now going to be a 3-rack gap.
Yeah, well, this is kind of going how we thought it would. And Scotty really hasn't played that well. Tommy. I'm looking at Scotty slow, and I'm seeing Scotty and trying to say Tommy, and it didn't work.
Well, that's a left. That's a left and right brain thing, Steve.
There you go.
That's a lack of coffee, that, Steve. That's what that is.
Okay, he's a little further out here. I'd say this is the bare minimum, and maybe you need to go a little further than this on virtual pool.
Well, 6-ball in the break.
He did get the one coming out towards the side pocket.
I don't know whether he can see it, though. Let's have a look. Oh, yes, he can.
I think with this new rack setup, it might be good to break a diamond out or maybe even off the side rail, because I think you got a lot better chance of making a 1-ball now than used to. I mean, that's a common break in 10-ball, break from the side rail and try to make the 1-ball in the side pocket. Usually guys go to that on tables that don't break well.
Oh, that. Oh.
Bank shot.
Yeah, that was pushing the limits a little bit.
This is interesting what he's doing here.
Put the 10 in front of the 9. I would have tried to
that
10 ball and set it stun into it.
He got lucky here. But, you got to get lucky sometimes.
Remains to be seen if he's going to get short side on the 9 now, though.
It all comes down to percentages in pool, because it's not a matter of whether you got there or not. It's a matter of how many times you get there. So, and I say this over and over and over again. It's just like poker, If you do something that's got 80% success rate, that's better than something that has 70, and not as good as something that has 85. And it doesn't matter as much whether it came out right or not as whether you did the best thing that you can do to have the highest percentage possible of success. And that's what that's one of the main reasons why guys don't get better, is because they don't recognize what is a better percentage chance, because they're just looking at the fact that they succeeded and they think what they did was right. And that, just like in poker, just because you play a poker hand a certain way and you win the pot does not mean you played the hand correctly. And it's really the same thing in pool. So you want to maximize your percentage of execution, maximize your percentage of winning, and it's shot by shot. And unfortunately, the way statistics works is those percentages multiply. So if you're doing 80% on every shot, you're going to quickly find out you're never going to run out. I mean, you've got to be at a very high percentage to be able to break and run a rack, because all those percentages multiply.
Well, talking of breaking and running a rack, that's exactly what Shiba needs. He's had a couple of balls, I think. Is he on that one?
I don't think anybody's broken ran out yet. This.
No.
He can see the whole one, but it doesn't go.
Yeah,
No.
I'd be playing safe here. I'd be pinning him on the 6.
Yeah, just push that one past the 4 and
You could thin the 1 here. That's another thing you can
go
do.
that
Thin
way.
the right side of the
I
1.
prefer to thin the 1
That
because
it's more reliable than jacking up.
and you're not rolling the 1 right in front of the pocket where it's an easy kick in.
Yeah, he wants
Well,
to get around
up,
it.
you're not going to hit it that easy.
Well, he's went for the first
Well,
option, but
Yeah.
if he went round the side, this side.
See, this is the easy kick in,
Well,
so
I
I think
wasn't
thinning the
gonna-
1 would have been better.
If I'm trying to put him on the 6, I'm going to jack up and stun it. I wouldn't have shot it like that. I would either thin the 1 or jacked up and stunned it. The way he played it, he didn't get him pinned on the 6 ball.
Well, it worked out in his favor anyway.
Well, I mean, that doesn't
Tommy-
mean it's, like I said before,
Tommy
that doesn't
caught
mean
the
it's
bad
the right
beat.
shot. It definitely wasn't the right shot, but he got away with it.
Right.
Hugo got the money in bad and sucked out.
So the gap is obviously the 6 and the 8 ball here. Unless
Yeah.
he's trying something crazy. He's digging
But that
down
is-
in a cue ball.
Yeah, you got to watch out for the 6 ball here. I mean, that's just,
I think he's okay though.
Cleared it by a mile.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, the player at this level, they're not quite sure where the cue ball is going. They've got a pretty good idea how to move it around the table, but they don't know the path it's going to be on very exactly, and that makes those kind of shots, real hit or miss.
I wish Cheeky Chico was here to tell Jose to get out of the stream and get focused.
Jose's here. Good evening, Jose.
Hola.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, I was sitting right behind that, and it looked thin, and it was.
Turned out.
Yeah, the racks are just leaking away. The unforced errors.
Yeah,
You
here
know,
we
you got
go again.
You got a table inviting you to run it, and
Well, these guys are only 53 rating points apart, but it looks like their games are a world apart.
mhm.
Well, I mean, that's an overall rating too, which it depends which games you play more of, and
No, that's not an overall rating.
the
It
ratings
is.
has.
It is
go
a
ahead.
biased rating, but it's not an overall. It used to be just for the It used to be just for the game that you would see in here. Like that used to be just the 10 ball rating, but it was changed because people would not play hardly any 10 ball and play tons of 9 ball and be a 2200 9 ball and be a 1610 ball and then get in a 10 ball tournament. So now it's biased by similar games. So if you have a 2200 rating and 9 ball and a 1600 rating and 10 ball, you're probably going to be coming in at like 2000 in a 10 ball tournament. And the rating you're looking at is figured with that bias in it.
Huh. Okay.
Well, he can get there.
Yeah, the thing is, Hairpig is
I have
stuff
not.
has changed a lot in this game over time, just to try
Let's
to
watch a
make things
replay of
better.
that last shot.
What the hell was he trying there?
I'm not sure what he was trying. Whatever it is, it's a fail.
I mean, that's just totally got me baffled. Why did he not play the combo?
He's probably going to lose this game. Well, the only thing you got to be careful here is you don't make the 10 ball. Oh, look at this.
Oh, wow.
Well, that wasn't very well done.
Oh dear.
Wow.
But I mean, I'm still scratching my head as to what the hell was happening. Why that combo wasn't played has got me totally baffled.
I don't think this ball can be made, no matter how good he hits it. I mean,
he didn't get close to hitting the 2 either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way he could hit the 2 where that 10 went in.
It's 8-2.
Yeah, not kicking that direction. Kicking side to side, he could have possibly billiarded the 10.
He might have made it that way. Or banked the 2 against the other rail and into the 10.
Would have been a lot
more
tougher
likely.
than this combo that he did give up, though.
Good
Yeah,
evening.
this is, I could make this.
Good evening to Mark.
50-50 anyways. Hey, Mark. Well, yeah, he tried to do leave the 210, and he did a miserable job of it.
Well, we're 4.5 minutes away from Jose and Albinario.
Well, I'm pretty happy with how the balls are coming apart.
Yeah. We haven't, we haven't had a duff one yet.
Haven't had a slug.
And we've seen how many? 10 racks? Well,
I mean, there's
11.
been a lot of dry breaks, but, you know, that's just like breaking like a tough table. This one table they're playing on at Hard Time Sports Bar in the Philippines, the Sharks channel, which, if you guys haven't watched the matches, I mean, they're phenomenal. I mean, you know, Shane played Benaras. Shane's playing a coil later this month. They had both the Cole brothers playing.
Shane versus Chua.
Shane versus Chua is going on right now, I think. I mean, it's just tremendous. That table breaks very, very difficult. I mean, that table is so hard to break on. And I thought when Shane came in that he would still have his break advantage because he'd be able to crank them. And I watched him play some on that, and he's hitting them real hard, and he's still not doing well. And that makes Shane a lot more vulnerable when he's not like breaking way better than the other guy. And the reason why I thought breaking hard was going to work on that table was because I watched Jeff DeLuna beat a Coelho, and Dennis is a huge favorite in that match, and he lost. And a lot of it was the break because Jeff DeLuna can really crank him.
Where's this cue ball going?
Where's the cue ball going?
That's what I was asking, John.
DeLuna hits him harder than Shane with like a 6-inch height deficit.
DeLuna can crank him, and he breaks, you know, probably as hard as any pro out there. I mean, I've seen some guys that could really break hard. I've seen guys that were faster than DeLuna. We had this guy at Hard Times, Joey Chin, worked for Ariel Carmelli, cue maker, and they measured Joey's break speed at 35 miles an hour on one break. I mean, I've played him quite a few times in the Hard Times tournament, and it's like a gunshot going off when he breaks.
I don't think you want to be standing too close to the table when he breaks then.
Oh, it's, I tell you, it's something else watching him break. There's a few guys. What's his name? Charlie Bryant. He can break really hard.
Oh, dear.
Shane can break pretty hard.
Oh, what's
really hard? Yep.
I mean, there's a few guys that can really crank it up, but right now I think Jeff DeLuna's probably the Bustamante when he was younger. He could really crank him.
He used to be known for it, yeah, but then
now he's old.
After a while, most people stopped breaking him hard because.
Well, but if the table demands it, and that table does, I mean, that table, God, I just can't believe how many dry breaks there are on that table. You know, you see the players, guys are shaking their heads, and it's one of those tables where guys will get rolling and maybe start breaking better, and when they do, they really do well. They get a lot of games on their opponent, and then they'll come back the next day, and the same guy can't make a ball on the break, and they're just like shaking their head. And that's kind of how this table looks like it's breaking, at least for these guys. The balls are spreading, but they've had quite a few dry breaks, which really means you might want to adjust. It looks like time is moving further and further out. That one is further. Look at the one ball. Now see that? It hit just short. So he needs to move out a little bit more. The further out you move, the more that one ball is going to come high. So he was out maybe a little over half a diamond. He needs to pull that out like a full diamond and see what happens.
Well, Albanario's in the building. And
it's tough to adjust it rack by rack, though, because there is randomization. So it's not going to be in exactly the same place next rack.
It's not, but he's been low every time. So you might as well make a bigger move. You know, if it goes high, then you can start moving back.
Yeah.
But I think the big issue isn't as much how you go about moving it as understanding that you need to move it, and I'm not sure he does. Although he has moved it out some.
Right, Jose put Shibo to the one-loss side in that second round match, 17 racks to 13, and that's how he's ended up playing Albinario, who got through by putting Tommy to the one-loss side by 17 racks to 9. And their match is just about to get underway, so I'll leave it up to you guys whether we want to finish this one or whether we want to bail out.
Yeah, I kind of do this in real life. If I don't go more than 2 breaks where I hit the ball solid and the rack comes apart good, if I'm not having success, at most it's 2 breaks and I change. Sometimes 1, just depending on, what I see.
It's 2 different questions for me in real life versus virtual pool. Because in real life, if the table's breaking a certain way for 2 or 3 breaks, you can assume that the balls are, the divots are in a certain place on this table. The conditions are a certain way they are in the room today. This table doesn't have divots, and the conditions are the same as they've been every time you've ever played on it. So the question is not how's it breaking right now. The question is how does it break in general. So my adjustments are much slower and considering a much longer time period.
Yeah, and that's probably a good way to look at it. But I think the table is going to break a lot more consistent than it used to with the way the balls are being racked. As far as how the balls come apart.
Now I have to reset my counter on all those things.
Well, Cobra.
Yeah, well,
now that you've updated.
I mean, you can kind of see. You just gotta, you kind of gotta decide. The first most important thing in breaking, is that you make a ball. So, I mean, breaking. The thing about 10 ball that's an advantage over 9 ball, as far as playing the 1 ball goes, is that when you break a 10 ball rack and you're trying to make the 1 ball, you've got a pretty good idea of the path the 2 ball is going to want to take because it's always racked on the corner. When you play 9 ball, and if you're going to break and you're going to try to make the 1 ball, then you have to look at where the 2 ball is and sort of come up with a plan of where it's most likely to end up.
Right.
And if you don't know those things based on rack position, then, that's one of those things that you got to go study because that's what the good players do. I watched Dennis run 8 racks on a 3 7/8 inch table at hard times in the finals with a magic rack where, it's fairly predictable where the balls were going to go. And the 2 ball was racked in the back, the very back of the rack, which can be kind of tricky. And he ran 8 racks on that unbelievably tight table.
Was he making the 1 every time and playing position on the 2?
No, he was playing position on the 1 in that particular instance. He was playing the 1 in the side pocket, which is, most people think of magic rack. They don't think of playing position on the 1 in the side pocket, but that's a real viable way to play it. And the reason why you do that is if you know the 2 is going to be like down towards the end of the table, because that gives you the cue ball above the 1 ball and lets you go down there. So that's how these guys all think, is they're thinking about which ball they're going to make, which ball they're going to get a shot on, and then, where's the 2 ball going to be. Now, where the 2 ball is going to be doesn't matter as much when you're not making a 1 ball, but obviously if you're making a 1 ball, it matters a whole lot.
Tommy said, "Be right back." Baby woke up. Now that was a few minutes ago. So he's still away, and I think while he's away, I think we'll bail out in this. It's 9-3 to Tommy. I think.
Yeah, this is looking like this match is going to be.
Well, Albinari's already 1-0 up. So this is a winner's side match, race to 17.
Yeah, I bailed out like 4 minutes ago.
That's a nice little kick.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
That's the kind of shot that Albin has practiced that. because that's mainly just practice and getting a feel for it.
Oh, hang on a
It
minute.
is, and he executed it well, even though he put himself there behind before.
Wrong button. That's
So
it.
He didn't waste time kicking himself. He just kicked the ball in.
The thing about kicking off the rail like that is it's really an optical illusion, because the angle is really from the center of the ball, not from the contact point. So you kind of have to you kind of have to understand where the bounce is taking place. It's taking place where the center of the ball is, or in other words, like where the wear channel is on the cloth that you get from the ball running down the rail. And I think it's kind of human nature to look at it like you're playing off that rail, that angle off that rail, because you're looking at the rail that it's going to bounce off of. And that's kind of the illusion part, is you really don't want to look at that. You need to understand that the center of the ball is not going to be where you're hitting the rail.
Now, here, Pig, you went to this. I assume you went to this room before I did. Did Albinario break and run the first rack?
No, he
Was
didn't.
it Jose breaking?
Looked like.
It must have been because
Albin broke the second rack.
So, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to see some break and runouts.
Well, that one was one, even though Albin hooked himself on the 2.
Yeah.
He still kicked it in and ran out.
And there's another guy breaking real close to the center. And I think their players are going to have to make some adjustments with this new rack to get optimal breaking out of it, because I think they're going to need to move the cue ball further sideways.
Larry says, look at the dot.
Yeah, I'm leaning back my chair. I'm leaning back my chair so I can't see any. I can barely see the names in the HUD.
Look at the dot. What dot?
The dot that Steve can't see either. The dot that Steve put in because I wanted a dot or something to let us know who's breaking.
Oh no, I know that's there.
Yeah, but remember I said it needs to be 2 pixels bigger.
Oh God.
You know, that's part of a font, Hugh. That's not like a custom GIF of a period. That Steve put in there.
Put in an @ symbol. That'd be better. That's bigger. Put in an @ symbol, like a squiggly thing.
Yeah, so we can cut off more of the name.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Then it'd be Osei McEwen and
These are current fonts, so a dot takes a very little bit of room.
Well, you don't see Albinario struggling, do you? I mean, he's playing at a nice pace.
Well, the hard part of this rack is coming up next shot.
Yeah. He's trying to get the top end of it. Yeah, and he's pretty much got there.
Pretty good.
Yeah, he's out here. I mean, Albin's not going to screw this up. It's too easy.
Yeah. So Cobra suggested it was going to be 13-6 to Tommy, and I think it doesn't look as if it's going to get that far. But this match here, 17-8 to Albinario, something like that.
Yeah, Albin does the one thing that you have to do to just even be what I would consider to be an A player, is you have to get out on most of the easy racks.
Yeah.
And
a little bit of bottom and right English.
It's amazing how difficult
bottom
that is
and left,
to do.
Sorry. Good evening to Sylvia. Larry says, put in a big star. I like that idea, Larry.
Big star.
Put in a smiley face.
There's a handful of guys at the top who get out most of the easy ones. It's not only Albin.
Although, in virtual pool, you know, it's only the top guys. And that's a little surprising to me. Part of it may be the 2D games screen or difficult with speed on VP, but
well, let me. I bet
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
The one ball going into the side there, I never caught all of that. in the replay, but the one ball went into the side.
Yeah, well, from what I've seen so far, my initial reaction is that that's the shot that you should be playing on the break now, is the one ball into the side.
Well, it's going to be a quick rack because it's going to be a 410.
Set up the 410.
And look at the pace in this. Pretty nigh, almost dead on.
Yeah.
Well, he played the pace for a two-way shot because now his cue ball's going over where even if he misses this, the 4 is going to be behind the 9 and 5.
Well, I fear for Jose's ability to get off the mat here the way it's going.
See where Jose breaks from here. Yeah, see, he's still breaking from near the center, which the one ball is probably going to be short. Now, notice where the two ball is. So, one thing about the two ball is that it may not rack on the same side of the rack every time, but it's easy enough to move the cue ball to the side that you want to be on, based on where the two ball is, which corner the two ball's on.
Cheeky Chico's in the building. He signed up for the black ball.
Boy, I don't like this shot.
No, I'd be playing safe here.
I mean, I think he'll be okay the way the one's going to hit the 9, but yeah, he was able to hit the 9 pretty solid. He needed to do that to not get screwed.
He might play safe here. He could roll onto the 9.
Oh yeah, he's going for the cut.
I think Albin's just in full I'm going to try to run out mode, which, you know.
Got this 95 degrees.
It's not that hard to cut, but it's fairly thin.
Not literally 95, but it's quite thin.
That was a well-controlled shot. Albin plays those kind of shots well, I think, from playing a lot of straight pool, and that's what straight pool teaches is he's looking how it's running into the 9 ball, how the cue ball is going to come off of it, and because you do that a lot in straight pool, you bump a lot of balls like that. And Albin's very good at it. I mean, if we have another straight pool championship, he's going to be by far the big favorite in it.
Well, he's got to deal with his issue that's up ahead.
Yeah, this is just try to come down the table and get a shot on the 4. You really got to watch out for the 10. That's the one ball that can get you.
You got to be clipping the 6 too.
No, you shouldn't hit the 6.
Well,
and see, he was smart there. He's playing the short side of the 10 because the problem is anywhere from the 10 to the rail and back out to the 10 was no good. So I mean, he had to come up short here.
He's going to try and run into the 9 and 8 and still be on the 6 here, get a breakout. He's got the angle.
Yeah, I mean,
that's hard to do.
Yeah, he's going to do it. I'll be surprised if he doesn't.
Ideally, you want to try to run into the 8 ball, but that may be hard at the angle he's got.
No, he's going shallow.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard to get that opened up enough because he was pretty thin on the 4.
Yeah, too thin to manipulate it the amount.
But this is fine. See, where he's at is great because you just leave yourself a touch of angle on the 7, roll the 7 in, and bump the cue ball into the 9. See, he's perfect to do this because he only needs to pull this back a few inches. And he didn't pull it back quite as much as he wanted, so he's probably going to have to stun over.
By cheating the pocket?
Maybe. I mean, that would be a lot easier if he could roll it. Yeah, see, he tried to stun over. I think rolling it was going to be tough. He was just a little too straight.
Yeah.
But, you know, the thing is all those decisions were good. I mean, that little execution on that drop back a few inches, you know, it's hard to get that exact, and he just got a little too straight in. But the thought process was correct there. He played the right shots.
He made a good decision here too. He made sure to leave the 8 safe.
This is safe. This is safety all the way. It's 2 rails and onto the end rail. 2 rails and onto the end rail here. If you do this right, you can also use the 10 ball. That's a little tricky.
But when your opponent has that virtual stroke of God, then the 2 rails to the end rail isn't always good enough.
Well, it's just a matter of percentages. It's, you know, I mean, you want to make it as tough as you can on them.
Jose took the bait.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough shot to shoot. I mean, even with in VP, you know, that thing was close enough to the rail that was going to be a tough make.
It was tough. He didn't miss it by that much.
Oh, he hit it good, and just not quite good enough.
Well, I think we're going to start taking bets as to whether Jose's going to get off the mark here.
By the time Albie gets 17, I'm betting on Jose for making it at least to 1.
Well, he's not going to make much with this rack.
Probably not at this visit, anyway.
Well, he's got the bounce, he's got the cut, and it wouldn't do any harm if he did run into the 6.
He might want to on purpose, because if he tries to get between the 6 and the side pocket, then
he's
super
digging.
easy to scratch.
Yeah, that'll do. That worked.
Yeah, it's a lot easier doing that than risking going past it, because all you have to do is tick that 6 and you're in the side pocket. I mean, even if you're anywhere close to it, you get a little ticky, and ticky, it can be a bad news in pool.
He's got to watch he doesn't end up just rolling straight through to the shot rail. I mean, he'll still have a bank.
I think he's got to draw this and bump the 8 and stick there.
Well, at the moment he's not playing that. I think he's going to brush through. Yeah. Well, it's a cue ball that's going there, but
the 8 takes all the pace out of the cue ball when you try to do that. So I think it was better to try to leave it where it was.
I mean, this bank goes in every day of the week, doesn't it?
It's not a hard bank, but the position on the 6 is not as easy as if he had, you know, a simple cut on the 5.
Well,
then again,
that'll do it.
Now that I'm done saying that, he's good on the 6. So,
well, he's just got to hold himself together. I mean, this isn't difficult.
All right, I'm taking a break.
Just let it run a wee bit more. He's got to just mind the cue ball.
Yeah, just a little left on this, and you can naturally go 2 rails. I'd want a little left to make sure I hit above the side pocket and don't mess with the side pocket myself.
He's
going to mess with the side pocket.
Yeah, he's not risking playing the right shot, and he's leaving it tough.
And yeah, that cut on the 8 is still very manageable, but now he's got a tricky shot at best to get on the 9.
That's not getting there, is it? Is it? Oh, goodness me.
Let's watch a replay of that last
Jose
shot.
Is getting off the mark this rack. Can we jinx him? Is there still time?
I don't think he'll fail here. Can't believe he'll fail here.
Well, Hughes put in the college try on jinxing Jose to get his first rack. I don't think he's going to succeed.
Well, the good news is it's Jose's break, so
the commentator's curse is not infallible. Sometimes it does fail.
Well, again, the balls are opening well. Nothing's gone in. And Albinario, I mean, if he goes for the cut, he's going to be lucky to get the cue ball out of here.
If he goes for the cut, it doesn't look to me like he can avoid the 6.
Trying to spin in behind the 2. And that's the shot, I think.
He's stuck right on it.
Yeah. That's got Jose back to the wall. Of course, the 3 ball and 10 ball are an easy enough combo. So, I mean, if Jose...
Now, he didn't call the 1, but he does need to try to kick it in the corner here. He should have called it in the corner.
Can he get a line to try and get that?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be jacked up over the 2, so it's very challenging, but it's there.
Well, you see, I think even again in that situation, I would have been knocking something over towards the 10. I would have bailed out and just tried to lock the 10 up. I would have conceded the fact that it wasn't great to just try and hit the 1, and better to plan ahead, because, you know, Albanario's got the rack here straight away. All he needs to do is get the cue ball up into the table, and the 3... Well, let's have a quick look. Yeah, the 3-10 still goes.
Yeah. As long as he gets the 10 past the 8, if the 10 bumps the 4, it'll still go in.
I don't know. I do say I would not have attempted to hit that kick. I would have thought ahead and looked at that 3-10 and decided I want something in the mix there to cause a problem.
Yeah, perhaps that would have been the way to go.
Mark says Steve leaves, Jose wins a rack. Just saying.
Well, he's down 6-1, so it's not doing him that much good.
No, but
he does have a ball on the break. Well, I guess that's Albin.
Yeah,
this was Albin's break.
See if he's going to shoot at this. I mean, the safety's so easy.
I think Albie's just going to step in his neck a bit heavier. That's what he's going to do.
That's what you should do. You shouldn't change the way you're playing because you're up.
Well, the safety, the hard part is making sure you get a rail without sending the cue ball past.
Oh, no, that's not hard.
You can use a 9 and still fall 9-4.
Yeah, you just run right into that 9 ball. It's going to get to the end rail.
No,
I mean, if you got a shot like this and the speed is, he's going to shoot it.
Oh, it was close.
If the speed is an issue, then you make sure you bump the 9 a little harder, and maybe you don't lock him right on it, but you got to make sure you get to that rail.
Well, there's never a doubt in what I would have played there. I would have buried him.
Yeah, see that, and that's really, he doesn't realize this yet, but that's a strategy error. Is not. You need to make those decisions. You need to play the same way all the time. As soon as you start changing what you're doing, based on how much you're up or the level the player's at. Now, I'm not saying there's never a time where you won't do something a little different because you're playing a player that's at a lower level. Like you might change your idea of what the safety is just because you're guaranteed a safe that isn't great, but they're going to have trouble with, where with a really good player, that safe is no good. And so there's times where it comes up, but for the most part, like in that situation, I don't care who you're playing, you want to roll up on that 9 ball.
I didn't like the line that Jose was trying to pick there for that hit.
Well, I didn't like the way he hit the 1 to hook himself on the 3. Albin sold out the 1 basically as much as he can, and Jose hooked himself right away. This
is another game that's going to be a loss for Jose. I mean, Albin's going to run this out. I mean,
with ease.
Little stunt, or is he drawn back? I think he's drawn back.
Draw back to where he is. Yeah.
I mean, Albin controls the cue ball well, and he makes good decisions. His pattern play is really good. That combination makes it so that on easy tables he's going to run out almost every time.
Well, he hit that one.
It's just going a wee bit far.
He got a little funny. Part of that was English, because the cue ball will run more when it has English on it. And he's funny on this one too.
Done to the end rail, and then you kind of pick whether you want a little right or a little left to come up one side of the table or the other. Oh no, he's going around.
That works.
It works. He almost had to overcut the pocket, it seemed like, to really make that work.
So 7-1 to Albinario. Jose's break.
Bedhead, there are a lot of different ways you can play differently against weaker players, and most of them are bad. But the one thing that Steve was saying, I think, is true, that sometimes you have to go for a safety you can execute every time because it's going to be good enough against the level of player you're playing, instead of reaching for a more aggressive safety that you might need against a better player.
Now let's see here. So
dry break.
What do we got going on here? We got a dry break.
Now you can pot the one. That was well played. Unlucky.
Watch out.
Where's the cue ball going?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got it that time. Spot on.
He hit it good. He just needed a touch more draw. I mean, that was rough. Well, I hope he's not planning on shooting this, since he needs to shoot the 2 ball first. Maybe he's just trying to measure.
Yeah, I think he was measuring.
Right, so...
And I think Jose is going to get a second rack here.
Yeah, I mean, this would be hard to screw up.
Oh,
he did
just
did it.
There's a commentator's curse.
Where's the cue ball going?
I mean, the thing is trying to get too perfect. I mean, you didn't want to get in that spot where you were straight on the 3 ball and could hit it full, because that spot was about 2 inches in diameter. You just leave yourself further up the rails where you have to cut the 3 back to the left. I mean, that's
your cue ball to the rail, but you don't need to get it down the rail.
Yeah, you just you have to cut the 3 ball a little. I mean, that's just
it's frustrating watching Jose, because I mean, I've played snooker with him a lot of times in VP4 and whatever, but it's hard to it's frustrating watching him, because he knows fine well what he should have done. He knows fine well what he should have done there.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of a silly mistake.
Albin going behind the 6 here. No, behind the 10. He didn't get there.
He didn't hit it very well, but it's, it's not a terrible shot. I mean, he just didn't hit it very well.
Now you could bank the 3 into the 6 and draw the cue ball back behind the 10 here. It'd be a fun one. He called the 10. He's going to try to draw into it, I think, and the shot's always much harder than you think.
No,
fail on that.
Again, if Albie can, and Albie's more likely to get the right hit in this.
I mean, this bank is not terribly difficult. You just can't give up on it speed wise, because you can scratch. But I mean, this bank is on.
Would you not just be trying to kick that from the short rail, side rail, short rail, and hit the 3 ball full on like that, and finish behind the 4? He hasn't quite done it, but
yeah, you could, or you could shoot the bank. I mean,
yeah. So
if you're going to shoot the bank, you have to spin the ball to the inside so that you go between the 4 ball and the rail.
Right, but then if you go too far up table, you could be hooked behind the 9.
You could. I mean, there are definitely some peculiarities of that shot, but I mean, the shot was there if you hit it right. And it looks like Jose could get another game here.
Well, that was a good shot.
He's definitely in good shape. He's just got to stay there.
Get off the rail. I think he can go forward and come back past the 9.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think he. With follow, he can beat the 7.
Oh, he's fine. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Now this is. I mean, I'm putting this on the scoreboard right now. I can't think how he's going to find a way to throw this away.
Well, he could rattle the 7, or he could rattle the 8, or he could rattle the 9. I'd bet against him rattling the 10.
I think this is a given. This.
Decided to leave himself pretty tough on the 9.
Yeah, I mean, again, he just needed to get that cue ball further over to the left just to make it more comfortable. He's fine, but he tried to mess it up.
But he did hit a good shot on the 9, and commentator's curse fails again.
So the break goes back to Albinari. Now, while Albie's breaking, he's going to where I would have been breaking, like that spot there. And he's jacking up. And I don't know what went into the side, but something did. Is he going to play the billiard in the 10? This is asking for the billiard every day of the week. And I played a much better billiard than that in my 9-ball league match, I'll tell you.
I think combo instead of billiard, personally.
Combo? Oh no, the billiard. He's got plenty of room for the billiard. Let's have a look. He's playing the billiard. Yep. Absolutely spot on, nailed it. Commentator's eye.
Let's watch the replay of that
Cowboy
last shot.
Players in your caroms.
Yep. Absolutely perfect. You could not have played it any better. Perfect pace.
Now that's not a break you want. He skimmed right off the top of the 1 and went.
And I don't see the cue ball.
Well, yeah, it rocketed in cross side after he skimmed off the top of the 1.
Bedhead would have played the combo, yeah.
Bedhead would play the.
Yeah.
Bedhead has sense, unlike
the carom's looking pretty good on the 8-ball. So if he can figure out how to get this 1 in, he can play the billiard on the 8. He can play the carom right here on the 1-ball. It's a little bit. Oh, he's got ball in hand. Never mind.
He does have ball in hand. I don't know why you'd
Why
play
is he
the
playing
on
the
9 though.
This doesn't make any sense to me.
Albie's obviously got a theory for doing this because.
He should have just shoot the 1 in the pocket and then play the billiard on the 8-ball.
I'm thinking, well, what's he thinking about how he's getting to this too? So obviously he must be thinking in the billiard to come into the table and
I think he's thinking with a confused mind right now because that made no sense.
Yeah, I mean,
now getting on the billiard's a lot tougher.
Yeah,
I think he's probably realized he needs to play the billiard now and just, what was I doing? I think maybe he was thinking he'd get the 1 ball, the angle to come back and shoot the 2 in the other corner pocket.
Or leave a breakout angle on the 1.
No, I think he was going to try to go behind it because you could shoot that 2 in the right-hand corner. And I think he just wanted a little angle on the 1 to come to the right.
He definitely outsmarted himself.
This has gone downhill very rapidly. This rack, as far as Albinari is concerned. I mean,
the thing is the billiard was so easy. I would have played for that just because it was, it was almost a guaranteed billiard with ball in hand on that 1. You get in a spot, and you could control the 2 and then shoot it up table.
Well, the good news is for Tommy. Tommy has come through his match, but he's. I wouldn't say fallen over the line. He's beaten Shibo by 13 racks to 9. So Shibo at least made it a bit more respectable, and he got more than what we thought he would get at the end of the day. So well done to him for that.
That wasn't the best I've seen Tommy played, but the thing is about pool is you're going to have better matches and worse matches, and that was a good time to have not your best match because he could afford to do it and still win.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Let's
now that was
a
impressive.
replay of that last shot.
I thought he was throwing it in, but he still needed to cut it a little.
I think this is about the time where you pour yourself a stiff drink.
Or maybe he started before the match. Maybe that's the issue.
Missed easy 10
That's not
and
right.
at
Sorry.
12-4
Sorry,
and then
Jose.
just did bullshit. That's a pool player's answer, that one.
Let's come on, Tommy. Tell the truth. You were throwing it to cover the point spread.
He was sandbagging so his combined 9 and 10 ball rating doesn't get too intimidating.
Yeah, let's see how he plays this. He's drawn it, which
I
don't really
it's
like.
not a full
I
pocket.
just got a tad of right on this and missed the 7 ball.
Let's see what this
He's-
pocket looks like.
he's
Oh,
good
it's
for
a
the-
it is a pretty big pocket. He's okay. I thought the pocket was tighter than that, but he's got almost the whole thing.
It looked like he could come 1 or 2 rails toward the 10 for the
Yeah.
6 in the other pocket, though, which is what I would have
Yeah,
favored.
exactly that. That's why I said put a little bit of right just to miss the 7 and get down there and play the 6 in the other pocket.
Yeah,
But anyway,
I think the thing about that line, and if you watch good players play, they make that choice a lot. Is that's very reliable where you're going to hit the third rail. That's such a common shot and pull. I know for me personally, and I'm not a champion. I'm, on those kind of shots, I'm usually at most a half a diamond off where I want to hit, and usually better than that. I mean, that's coming down the table. Where you're trying to come down straight, that's a little trickier. If it's not a natural roll and you have to put a little English on it, it's actually harder to get the line.
Thought it was a pretty natural roll.
Yeah,
Well,
it might have been.
I
I didn't
agree.
really look at it.
You do get a nice, consistent third rail. It's like wherever you hit the first rail, you still hit the third one in the same place on that other pattern that he chose.
we can certainly confirm that the break's better because we've seen 12 breaks in this match, and they've all been open.
Yeah, I don't.
So I think
you're
we
gonna
can
see
come to that
any really
conclusion.
bad slugs. There may be some racks that don't come apart as well as others, but I don't think you're going to see the slugs that we were getting before.
Well, that's what we're all. That's what I immediately thought, Tommy. That the runouts will go up for the better players. So Tommy said 4 runouts in that match.
I don't think Jose's going to get there on this 3 with just a.
He can, but this is tough because.
Well, that looks. Oh, it's going to straighten up. I thought he
needed
a
more.
bit.
He needed a lot more English than that. That's a tricky shot because it's real easy to go into the side pocket and scratch.
I was waiting for English to take effect there, and nothing happened. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, that kind of shot is it's really tough because as soon as you start putting any draw on that and combined with English, it becomes very sensitive to the angle coming back. And that's where, what you really want to do is pull it above the side pocket.
Not only that,
where he wasn't going to be able to do that. But I mean, normally if you're going to, that's one of those shots where you think, well, I can't move this over with just English. I got to put a little draw on it. And as soon as you start thinking that, you better think about being on the high side of the side pocket or you're going to get in trouble. And you know how I know that? It's from losing money on that kind of shot.
It's not only do you, the draw and the right English work together to sometimes kind of go off in your hand on how far up table you go, but also he was real close to the rail. And if he was trying to use low and outside both, then he's massaying the ball.
Yeah, I didn't think it was really an option as close as he was to the rail to put draw on it. But he certainly could have put more English on it.
Yeah, he kind of needed to use top, and therefore he needed to use all the outside English that he had. And
Because the tricky thing about that shot is you got to hit fairly close to the one side pocket because the cue ball is going to want to come pretty much straight across the table when it returns. In other words, it's not going to open up after it hits the second rail, you know. So you've got to pull that ball up higher than you would think because it's probably going to go about straight across.
Yep, that, and I'd like to try to make sure I don't hit it hard enough to reach the second side pocket, because doing so I can take that one scratch out of play anyway.
Well, I'm glad.
I try to do that too, but that's another one of those things where you get under the gun and next thing you know it's going in there.
I'm glad I caught the top part of that chat there, Tommy, because I thought you had to go to the bathroom while the wife was in there taking a bath.
Hey, no. Wife was taking a bath. Okay, well.
Yeah, he had to take a break during the match because the baby woke up. But I only saw the bottom part of the chat. First of all, thinking that he was in there and the wife was in there having a bath.
Okay, so, well, that one ball didn't come out good at all. I don't know if he got too much on top of it or what
Let's
happened.
watch the replay of that last shot.
I have a feeling he got too on top of it. Let's see where the cue ball goes. Yeah, only a little on top of it. I think that was more of the rack than anything else where it came out that flat.
So while Jose's at the table, I'm just going to tab to the schedule for a final reminder that we have the last match, not the last match today, I hasten to add, but the last match that I'm doing tonight. And it's going to be Mark Sharp versus Quagmire on the loser's side. And it starts in 40 minutes' time. We'll leave Interchange X to his own devices against Power Slam at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Hugh, I promise we're not trying to make you wake up at 1 in the morning to stream matches.
Oh, well, obviously, I'm taking into consideration how good the quality of the match is going to be.
That was a well-played save. He didn't get him as good. I think ideally he wanted to run into the 3 and pin him on the 10, but, you know, that was the right idea.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing as well, Jose, though, making sure he calls the one into the side, because you never know.
Yeah, I'd be thinking about how I'm going to hit this to get safe, because
that isn't going to be safe, I don't think. Nope.
Yeah, well, he's probably not thinking about that anyways. That's one of my pet peeves with people is that they just try to hit the ball, which is, you're just not going to learn doing that. You need to try to play a shot.
Play VP4 on a laptop in the bath. I think that's a bit risky. Balancing the lithium battery over a bath full of water doesn't sound very nerve calming. Yeah.
See, there's your problem, brain fell out. You're obviously not open-minded.
Well, that... what did you do with the cue ball? Oh no, it's a 3 ball. See, again, I'm looking at chat, looking back at the table, thinking he's playing for the 4.
All right, guys, I got to take a break. It's not a baby or a bathtub, but I got to take a break. I'll be back in 10.
Okay.
Steve has to drop some babies off at the bathtub. Or something.
Well, we know that Albinario is going to have tougher matches ahead. And I think that the guys concerned, and we know the guys we're talking about, they're going to have to be doing a fair bit of practice on this break, because the rest of it is elementary. If they're getting balls in the break and the runouts are going to come, but this is not good.
Yeah, he underhit that draw shot pretty badly.
What a shot that was!
Wow.
I mean, that's unlucky, but what a shot. I mean, I didn't look at it on the rail, but it's probably nailed to the rail pretty much. And he had no control over the cue ball.
He spun it in rail first, and that cross corner scratch is always a risk.
He had to help it in, I think you're right. So it's a gift for Jose, which is what he needs. But he needs a lot more gifts, and he ain't going to get them. That's the problem. Bedhead says his brains fell out. Should be plenty open-minded. Wait a minute.
Brain is gone.
There we go.
Where's all this wordplay coming from, Bedhead?
I thought that was a good time for Dr. McCoy.
No fair. I speak like 0 words of Swedish, and Bedhead can make like good puns in English.
Yeah. Oh, the Swedes are. I'll tell you something. The Swedes speak better English than us Scots.
Well, everybody speaks better English than the Scots. Have you tried understanding somebody from Scotland lately?
That's certainly one thing they've done. They've got a knack for English. Very good at it.
Yeah, I feel like every time I hear somebody from Scandinavia or the Netherlands,
You don't have to worry.
English, it makes me feel like I'm a
Ge-
failure at languages.
Germans as well. Germans are very good. So Jose on 3, Albinari on 10, and Jose's a bit short.
Albie's got a pocket for this.
Now, I mean, can he? I think he would have to slam this in a bit, and he's looking for the scratch in the side pocket because I think he's looking to bump this in and get that cue ball, spin it, coming off the rail and across for the 2. It looks very tight.
I think he can do it with middle and maybe a little bit of right and a lot of speed.
Oh, this looks good if it spins in it. If it spins in it, no, it's not. I think he had to be a wee bit more aggressive, but I think if he was, he might have been in danger of the scratch. He's looking at this combo. This is a nice little combo.
It's not going to be easy. He has to cut the 2 ball to the left and the 9 ball to the right and the 8 ball back to the left.
This would be a good shot. He's called the 8.
Is he going to go ahead and draw into the 4 and 5 at the same time?
Well,
no, he drew behind the 10.
And that works. He's got the cover pretty much.
8 ball might have been a just in case call.
Oh, Bedhead's gone now. Well, I missed that in the chat, so he's probably left the building.
Off to work, he says.
Off to work in Sweden it's 9:30 at night, so he's obviously in night shift at the risk of stating the obvious. Because I don't believe McDonald's opens up at this time of night. It's coming to closing time at that time of night. I presume the McDonald's in the States are like, a lot of them are open 24 hours, I would imagine.
A lot of them are.
Yeah.
Especially the drive-through will be open.
Yeah. In the UK, McDonald's are open to about probably maybe. I mean, I'm talking about Scotland. Down in London, they're probably open a lot later, being it's London. But out in the sticks in Scotland, it's probably 10 o'clock at night, and then they close.
I think the ones that aren't 24 hours are generally probably open till at least midnight around here.
Yeah, it's only the big cities that you'll get that over here. Because you've got the population and you get people out, out partying at night and things. But up here, it's not quite like that. So I'll be with a 4-5 combo. This is a wee bit tricky because this 5 ball wants to go away. Yeah, but he's used all the pocket as he had to.
And he does the gearing English, so all that right English on the cue ball puts a little left English on the 4, which throws the 5 more into the pocket.
Your local McDonald's is 24/7. But you see that I mean, you think about it. There's the best part of 60 million people in down south, whereas up here, you know, in my town we've got one McDonald's in my town. We've got a Burger King, and we have a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and that is it. I mean, there's still a Pizza Hut. Papa John's closed down, but they're all pretty much closing it. I would say maybe 11 o'clock at the latest. There's no value for them opening 24 hours because you'd only get the odd drunk staggering in at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's not viable. It wouldn't pay for them to open because there's not the population to cover that.
Well, you just need more drunks.
You know why we got on to talking about McDonald's? Because I'm bloody starving again. That's why. That's exactly why my brain's working overtime.
They've got 10 there in Leicester.
Yeah, but that's a big city compared to most of Scotland. You know, there's probably like 10 million people in and around that area with different little towns and stuff. You know, we're a backwater of England when you think about it. There's less than 5 million in Scotland, and most of Scotland's just moors and mountains. You've only got the sort of populations in the central belt, and then Aberdeen, Dundee, and the East Coast. Everywhere else is just a little town or a village, and that's the way I like it.
Rioting going on in Leicester?
What's that all about, Mark? This riot and carry on. Give us a brief rundown of what started it, because I can't remember. Yeah, there's been upheaval in Leicester. Something started it off. I remember reading it, but it's gone out of my head. Oh, that's right. It was cricket fans. Yeah, aye, that's what I heard. Yeah, it's out of towners looking for a scrap. Yeah. Oh, Pakistan and India, they're crazy though. Anyway, there's a big rivalry between those two. In cricket, I mean, they're two of the biggest cricket nations. I mean, and to describe to American people who don't watch cricket and generally wouldn't understand it and can't understand why a test match lasts 5 days and it can end in a draw, but that's besides the point. In terms of rivalry, how would you describe the rivalry? I mean, there's big rivalries in American football. Well, this is the biggest rivalry you can get in cricket, apart from England and Australia. But in terms of volatile atmospheres, that's probably sums it up. I mean, Pakistan and India, the fans are nuts about the game. And I think most UK people would agree with that. They idolise their players, and they love the game.
We don't really have that in the US.
Yeah,
it's weird to say coming from the land of mass shootings, but we don't really get so hot and bothered over our sports over here. Like, we watch them, but we don't kill each other.
Oh, well, I mean, if they had guns, they'd probably kill each other over here.
And the rivalries here are more in college sports than pro sports.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
true.
there's some in pro, but college, people are a lot more passionate about.
Yeah, there's some good videos on YouTube in college football and stuff like that where riots start, where the whole team and all the subs get in.
I don't know. You see more violence in kiddie leagues where the parents attack the ref or something like that here than you do in any kind of higher level sports.
The parents getting a hit up. Oh dear, Jose.
This year is my daughter's first year playing soccer, and I was ready for some of the parents to be way too intense about it. I've been pleasantly surprised so far. They've been letting these 8-year-old girls just be 8-year-old girls and cheering
I
them
have
on nicely.
I have a friend who was a high school basketball coach, and he quit coaching because of the parents.
Yeah.
Well, I think Steve will just clarify the sort of level of rivalry there is, because Steve said that they were fighting with machetes. And
Yeah, well, that's
See, I never even think to bring my
fighting with
machete
machetes
to
is always going to be pretty exciting. That's that's for sure. I mean, that's
especially if you're a left arm bowler. Oh dear,
well, this is
could
an
ruin your
interesting
game.
situation here. I mean, the bank is definitely on if he wants to shoot the bank shot. That's probably what I'd shoot here. Is I'd shoot the cross side bank. Now that one's a little tricky where it is. You're going to have to put a lot of left English on it to
Oh,
make the ball because you're going to have to hold the cue ball.
he's going
I
up and
can't
down.
understand this choice. You're not likely to make the 8, and I don't think you're that likely to get safe this way.
Oh, it almost worked, and he's got safe.
Yeah.
Well, I say safe. If this was Stubby, he'd be cutting that down the rail. You would have
Yeah,
no
I
doubt.
mean,
You'd have no doubt about it.
and it
Wouldn't
might
be
not
that
be a
surprised
bad
if
idea
Alvin
to
doesn't.
cut this because the safety's pretty tough. I mean, the 8-ball's in a way where you can't get it behind the 9-10 very easily. And that's what he tried. He tried to cut.
Oh, he might get lucky.
Nope, he didn't.
No, he hasn't. So,
See, the difference is Stubb would have hit that 7 times harder.
oh, I Stubb would have blasted that. You know, that would have been machine
They
gun.
both make it an upsetting percentage of the time.
But this is a chance Jose wasn't expecting again, so he can nip another rack onto the board. He just needs to dink this in. He doesn't need to do anything. Well, he's coming for the side pocket, which will work. How's that 9 past the 10? See, that's the only worry I've got. I mean, that 9 past the 10, you want to get really comfortable on it. And the angles.
Play around to the short side.
Yeah, the angle's leaking away. He's now left it in that position that we all know where the 10 ball suddenly doubles in size.
Yeah, I mean, he's got probably 2/3 the pocket. I mean,
Is he not? I was looking to just make sure he's not trying the bank. No, he's got it. He's got it.
Hit it good.
So, what are we? 22 minutes away from the final match. What did I say? Did I say something like 17? Did I say anything for this match? 17-7, 17-8? Well, breaks dry.
Yeah, it's a tall order for Jose to beat Albin, and he may not get more than 6 or 7 games.
Yeah.
Albie breaks dry, but he's dead hooked, and he's got to figure out a push out from here, which is not trivial.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst situation I've ever seen for pushing out, but it's certainly not, I mean, I know where I'd be going with this cue ball.
Behind the 9.
I wouldn't be shooting this.
Bank it back up the table.
The 8 and 9, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'd put it on the 9. You just, this is a pretty natural angle to do this at.
I think he's going over toward the 7 because he called the 1 in the other pocket.
He's banking the ball.
Yeah.
That's not a bad choice. I mean,
he didn't get it safe.
See,
he didn't get it safe. It's not a bad choice to shoot the bank.
You see, playing that shot though, he's just he's taken a wee bit of a liberty in the fact that he's waiting on Jose making the mistake.
Yeah, I will say that the safety that I was talking about wasn't the easiest safety in the world, and the reason why is getting the line right at that distance. The way you had to hit the 1 ball, it was pretty tricky getting a good line on that. If you miss that by a little, you're either short of it or running into the 9 ball.
Jose's trying it. He's trying it. He's trying to duck away.
Well, this is a lot easier here.
Yeah.
I mean, that was about as easy as it's going to get, and he just underhit that 2 ball.
He got it safe anyway.
Now that bump there though has opened up the 3. The 3's got a path to the pocket now.
Yeah. Problem is,
Whereas
Albin's going to hit this 2 for sure, and he might make it.
And if he does, then he should be in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
I don't.
Neither prediction came true. He didn't hit the 2 or make it. Yeah, you gotta understand that when you're up on top of the cue ball like that, it's going to lengthen that that kick out. In other words, if you were stunning it and it was a perfect angle, when you go up on top of that, it's going to lengthen out that kick. It's going to go long.
So we know that the 3 goes, but again, he's just run through.
That's, if you were going to be on one side of it, you'd want to be on the other side of it, not on this side of it.
Yeah, this is awkward sighting. And the 8 actually does take away a little bit of the pocket. You have to not hit this into the thinnest part of the pocket.
Yeah, again, it's just getting himself the wrong
ball
line.
In hand and you make one ball.
Yeah.
I think he'll cut this one in the corner. I mean, that's what I'd be doing every time here. Hit it with inside English to kill the cue ball.
He's trying to draw away from it.
He's not putting in the inside. He's trying to use draw to kill it.
Get above the side pocket.
Yeah, I would have just hit that with I would have just hit that with inside and gone back and forth, because you would have hit before the side pocket and come back on the other side of the table or the other side.
Well,
yeah, if I was afraid of the scratch, I would have done what he did, but it didn't look like the scratch was really there from that angle.
No, there's no scratch with inside English, because you hit it thinner with the inside, so it's
Ooh.
Oh, that was a good effort.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
I mean, every once in a while you see Albin shoot one not the best way, but it's a rarity with him now.
So another chance for Jose, and again, a major fail here if he can't get the job done. So, got to be up and down for the 6. Or is he going to try and hold it? What's he going to do?
There's no reason to hold it.
Loads of room.
Roll to the middle of the table or 2
Yeah,
rails.
he's trying to hold it. You see,
I don't like that.
Again, the common sense shot is, play the one that's the best odds. Trying to dink it in, that's a gift gone.
Well, I mean, I don't think that would have gone in anymore if he had hit it at any other different speed. He just didn't sight that ball well.
Didn't catch it at all.
But when he put a little English on it, when you're putting English on it, that's hitting at slow speed's a lot trickier, because the curve comes in a lot more then. Yeah, Albin's just like clockwork, he's not going to mess up anything like this.
No.
Let's have a quick look at the bracket just to see how things are shaping up.
I wish Semi-Pro would have played in this thing.
Yes.
His own username.
Well, we've got a big clash of the Titans coming up in the next round, provided Albinario continues the way he's going, because it's going to be all Sweden affair again. Bedhead and Albinario.
I think you can call this one for Albin. I mean,
Well,
Jose would have to get pretty lucky. I don't think he's capable of keeping Albin off the table, and especially an alternate break.
Well, you need to bring the 2 majors to the game. If Jose is going to find a way out here, you need to bring the 2 majors. Major failure and major disaster. That's basically what you'd have to bring here for Jose to get out of this.
Yeah, I think he'd have to be hoping for Albin's computer to break down.
Yeah. By the way, I take it everybody saw that. Not that it was difficult to work out, but Rockstar Games got hacked, and it's now been leaked that Grand Theft Auto 6 is in the early stages. They got hacked. They even gave the name of the guy on the teletext this morning. Can't remember what he was called, but that's a bit embarrassing.
See, that's a smart way to play that shot, is go to the rail. You see so many guys try to draw back to the spot, not go to the rail.
Mm-hmm.
That's the right way to play that, because the rail will help you with the speed. It gives you a lot more room for error.
Yeah, it takes... your eyes play this trick on you where you think the cue ball bounces off the rail about the same speed as it goes in, but it's more like half.
Right, the obvious thing here is that you get low enough so you're not running at the 10. And that's what he's tried. That's what he's tried. That's what he's tried. Oh, well, dear, he's let it leak away.
Yeah, that was a little mouse hiccup or something there. I mean, that was not good speed.
He's well aware of that you don't want to leave yourself on the high side of that and interfere with the 10. And again, it's another gift for Jose just to get that extra consolation rack.
Yeah, that wasn't pretty. I mean, that's the old 2-game swing on that one.
Yeah. But we've always spoken about Albinaro's generosity. He's probably the most generous Swede I've ever met, because he gets himself into these great positions and then he starts losing his way a wee bit.
Larry says it was a trackball.
Yeah. Perfect example of a trackball shot there, Larry. Perfect example, because the little dinky shots, the little touch ones, that's where you get let down.
Says Hugh, who's never played with a trackball.
Oh, I've got 2 trackballs sitting here right now.
Oh, never mind.
And they're crap. Have I said that before? Yes, I have said it before. So
now we went all the way out to the side rail. Now he's breaking. Let's see where the 1 ball goes. I think a diamond out would be better than where he is. Let's see if we can get the 1 to go high enough here. Oh, he got up on top of it
slightly.
If you get up on top of it, the 1 ball is going to come up flat.
Well, it's funny. The cue ball came straight back to almost exactly where he broke from, but the 1 ball went.
Yeah, you can see he's on top of it a little bit, though.
I expected.
Yeah, he was just on top of it a little. And as soon as you get on top of it a little, it changes it a lot.
Yeah, but you got a ball in the break.
Yeah, and he got a shot, and I'm pretty sure he's going to run out. The 5 ball is the tricky one. You just got to get behind it where you can either shoot it in the one side or the one corner.
It actually goes past the 6 too, but the pocket isn't quite fully available.
He's in a perfect spot here. He'll play for the side pocket probably. Oh, he's a little high, but he's okay. Yeah.
Well, he's brushing off this 9.
Yeah, you can roll this into the 9.
Yeah, it's
no
fine.
Problem. Yeah, he's out.
Well, this is
I declared that last time, and he screwed up.
This is a break and run, isn't it? Or about to be.
Yeah, it is about to be. Yep. Now I'd be going all the way over to the other side rail and actually trying to be a little on the other side.
Yeah, get inside it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd try to get all the way and bump the other rail, but this is okay.
Oh, well, if he hit that any thicker, it wouldn't have been.
Yeah, he didn't want to bump the 10, and he barely did.
Well, that's definitely a break and run.
Yep.
Yep.
So now he's got a chance to put another rack together if Jose breaks dry.
Jose went out further. The 1 ball still went low.
Yeah, it still went low there.
And he's right.
And he's dry, so Albin has a chance here to string them together, although it's not looking like a very good chance the way it's sitting.
Now, does he? I don't know whether that. No, I don't think so. I was thinking he could maybe.
He can bank the 1 if he wants to.
Well,
I don't think he will, but he can bank this 1.
I was thinking he could hit the 1 and try and bump the 4 and get in behind the 7-8, but it was too wide.
Boy, the shot he tried was tough. He may have been trying to tick the 4. If he didn't tick the 4, it was going to be very difficult. You had to hit that so thin to get that spin to get you over. He's just going to play this off the 9, maybe. That's a hard shot at the angle that 9's
too
at.
low. Yeah.
It'll go, but it's really tough. You have to hit
Right.
it just like perfect.
You have to hit it pretty thin. Then again, if you
Well, that's not a bad idea, though.
Miss it, then
Yep.
Well, it was almost. I don't know whether, I presume Jose never called that into the side because it was almost perfect. But
he may not have, which would have been a mistake.
I didn't see him call it.
Yeah, so he was playing the safe, and Albinari's got too much juice on it.
Well, no, he needed either to hit that harder or have less English, one or the other. That combination was no good.
Too much spin.
Now, why is Jose not trying to bury him behind the 7 and 8? I would have been trying to bury him again for the second time, try and get him in 2 fouls there. But Jose's backing himself that he can get the job done, so let's see.
Well, you're not going to 3-foul him much, so
but
you have an open opportunity to run out. You still got to take it.
I would have a bloody good opportunity to try and put him there.
You have to be able to get guys locked. If you don't play safe good enough to get guys locked up, then anybody that can kick's gonna.
Now he's got himself. He's got himself in trouble, has he? Or has he got enough of that ball?
He's okay. He's fine because the biggest problem here is you're going to hit the 10 and you need to control it because you really want to get the right angle on this 4 to slide over and shoot the 5, and now it becomes tough.
He didn't do it, but I think he could have drawn it.
Yeah, see, he
beat the 10 and gone 2 rails to the center of the table.
He needed to hit that just a little harder. He's okay there, though. You're just going to stop this and take the cut you got.
Yeah, I hope he's not.
If you're smart, you'll stop this.
Yeah, I hope he's not going forward. He's looking like he's going forward. And
so you should just stop this ball.
Forward's okay if he hits a dead weight.
Yeah, that's fine. He's good.
For a minute there, I thought he was going to get crazy and start bashing into balls and hoping to get lucky there, but he's played a sensible enough shot.
That was fine. Going forward a little got him a little better angle here.
Oh, he's caught the knuckle. He's caught it. The old Cardinal sitting down the rail shot.
I liked how he used the 9 for position, but the 5 had to be hit just a little better than that.
He's hitting us the inside. We got to hit it with a lot, and that was enough there. Yeah, that's perfect. So on this shot, I would never try to run it at the 8. There's enough room there. I would run to the rail just like that.
Yep, exactly like you did it.
And then this, you got your choice of going forward or going backwards. I'd usually go backwards on this, but you can mishit it.
Yeah, the 7 was all the way against the rail, which makes it a little harder. If you have a little separation, it's a lot easier to draw back and not brush the 8 like you did.
Yeah, well, I know how to hit that shot where I can pull it back where you would think, no, it's no way. And I've seen some real good players struggle with that shot because they didn't understand how to hit it. But you can't do what I do in real life in VP because I'm moving my Q-tip through the ball, not straight.
Oh, what the hell have I done here? Hang on a minute. Yeah, it's off the rail.
Yeah, he's okay here. I mean, it's a little touchy, but Alvin will make this.
Comfortably. You made that hug the rail very nicely.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be 17-6 or maybe 7.
5 ball gets kicked in eventually with the 6.
Yeah, he's going to get a shot. Looks like he's going to. He got a little lucky there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not say Jose is guaranteed to get any more racks this match.
This is going to be a run out.
Yeah, you would think that this is going to be a run out. You just got to make sure you stay short on this 2 ball because even to the point where, well, running to the 8's probably a mistake. You could bump it. I think with the angle he can. He can't. He just needs to roll this and make sure he comes up short.
Yeah, he was going away from the 8.
Which he did. He's a little shorter than he'd like to be. This is going to be massive amounts of left English. Or that's how I'd hit it. I'm not sure what he's going to do.
Yep, he's got massive amounts of left English.
But he's putting draw on it too. I'm not sure I would draw this. I'd be a little higher. I think he'll get away with this.
The rail for it to spin.
Yeah, you don't want it to draw. You see,
I don't know what the hell that was.
Well, he drew the ball. See where the cue ball went?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about missing it. He wanted to put just a lot of left English and not draw it because he needed to get the cue ball to hit on the other side of the 3.
Well, I thought he was going to go to. I thought he was going to, slam it in and get to the side, the long rail on the side, and spin across to the wide side of the 3 there.
He had too much angle to do that. He needed to just hit that with a lot of left English, hit on the center side of the end rail for the 3 and spin out. So he had a shot on it.
Well, the traffic's there.
Here's your shot. Your low left 2 rails.
Yeah, that was a complete fail.
He chickened out on the stroke. He lost the. He didn't have any draw left on it by the time he hit the 2.
See, I'll tell you why Albin did that. And here's a little deficiency in his game. Maybe he'll watch the stream and pick this up. But remember when he had that cut shot before and he put draw on it to try to kill it instead of inside English? So what he's trying to do is he's trying to control the speed of the cue ball a lot with draw. And like in that situation, the draw just got the cue ball going on the wrong line. And the other one, it didn't do him any good either. What he wanted there was just straight left English, no draw.
Yeah.
He's made the same mistake twice by putting draw on that you didn't want to put on. Now, there are times when that draw kill does work. You have to recognize the angle in the situation that applies.
Well, and something I learned watching Efren is a lot of the times he'll get a more extreme angle off a rail than you expect to be possible because he used draw with side spin instead of just middle or top side spin.
That cue ball just ran too
speed
far
off the ball, but the side spin remains.
Trying to kick.
Yeah, that's a real advanced shot doing it. You're taking the speed off the ball before the rail when you do that.
Mm-hmm. You can get the extreme sort of spin to speed ratios.
Yeah, most of those kind of shots, you're better off not trying to draw them. That can come up, but it's one of those things where you're trying to get maximum spin with not a lot of speed on the cue ball.
Right, so that it'll grab the rail and have maximum amount of effect.
There we go. I'm just checking in the chat in the lobby. I don't see Mark Sharp there yet, and we're only 3 minutes away from that match going up. I don't see. I do not see Quagmire either.
Well, that was a well-played shot there by Jose. That was perfect.
Quagmire's in a room.
Have I gone past him? Oh, there he is. Yeah, I see him. Yeah. Yeah, well.
Mark Shark does not seem to be.
Yeah, I mean.
Slow down. Again.
Yeah, he's still okay. Right.
2 rails to the side here.
Yeah, it looks like Jose's going to get to 6.
I would say so. Maybe he'll use extreme low left on this one. No.
And it's Jose's break as well, so.
Yeah, he's breaking more to the side. See if he can get this where he doesn't get on top of it. Yeah, the one ball still came up short. It went higher. And this is what you don't want. You don't want the situation where the cue ball is down here, because the one ball is going to go up table. If it doesn't go on the side, it's going up table, and it's critical that you keep the cue ball at least in the middle of the table and preferably above the side pockets, because that way you're almost always going to have a shot on the one ball if it goes up table.
Yeah, he cut the one too much to avoid this fate.
Oh boy, look at this. It's flying all over the place, and he came out pretty good. He's got some choices here on what to do with the cue ball. There's a couple choices going forward, and there's a stun over choice.
Kind of like rolling forward for the side, which is
he's going for the 50-yard line is what he's going for.
That's just horrible.
Well, it's very touchy because it's hard not to hit the 6 on this shot. You're better off trying to run it in between the 9 and 10. He's going to go on the bottom side of it, which...
Well, he didn't hit the 6.
He didn't hit the 6, but he's not in a wonderful spot.
No, he's in a pretty good spot for the safety, though. Roll up for the 9. He will be
He may
close to the pocket.
Well,
he may shoot this. I mean, it's not that hard a shot. A little bit of right English to help open up the angle. But you don't want to he's stunning it. You don't want to do that. You want the cue ball to go forward.
Yeah.
You don't want to
draw down to the rail and back up.
Well, yeah, you don't want to run into that 8 ball. You don't have to hit this that hard either. He's putting a little bit of right English on it. Now he's up higher on the cue ball. There he goes. Yeah, he just missed the ball.
Oh, no, he was playing the snooker, Steve.
Well, I mean, it worked out for him. It's those balls close together. I've said this over and over. They're not as hard as you would think. You need to practice them and learn how to look at them the right way.
See, there's Jose apologising. See this Mr. Nice Guy stuff. Cut that out. Cut that sorry crap out. That's the way the game is. He's too much Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah, I remember one of my friends, after I beat the crap out of him in one match, I said sorry, and he says to me, he goes, "No, you're not." I thought about it. I go, "You're right."
Of course. That's the whole point. That's the point I'm making. You're never sorry. You're just bloody glad it happened.
Right. I like to clarify that when I say good luck, and then somebody gets good rolls.
Right, here we go. This is
make sure they understand that I didn't mean it.
This is the one that the cardinal sin might be committed here.
I like Jose's picture. Now, he's got one of the cooler pictures.
I see. He's just...
that one's well done. Where's Cobra? Is Cobra online? He needs to learn from that.
Oh.
See, if you're going to take an animal, that's a cool picture.
Well, he needs to face the parrot the other way so it's watching the game.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, parrots are. He's kind of looking at it sideways.
Where's the cue ball going? Oh, now he's going to be in no man's land. Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, the bank's there, put it that way.
I'd like to cut in the side from here. I think you got just far enough that the cut looks better than the bank.
Well, let's see how he lines up to this. And it looks like the cut.
I would shoot the cut almost every time here.
Got to trust your instincts. And that's well played.
Pretty good.
Let's watch the replay of that
he's
last
making a
shot.
run.
That's
All right,
a good
let's
shot.
See what he does here with the break. Yeah, see, the cue ball is just like being turned loose. That's no good. If he comes up with a ball and he came out perfect, but that's just luck.
Yeah, one into the corner, 2 into the side, 3 up top, 5. What's that? The 4 next? Is that the 8 or the 4 next to the 9?
The 4.
That's a
4 next to the 9.
Well, you better get your monitor color adjusted.
He needs his eyeballs to work. He needs
I've got a what do you call it? A colorometer, where it's got a little camera, and you put test patterns up on the screen, and it looks at them and analyzes them, and you can adjust your monitor. That's the only way to get it really good.
Mm. I don't go into that level of detail, Steve.
I mean, there's some adjustment programs that you can run, without one of those that will make it a lot better, especially as far as getting the balance right and so you can see shades and things correctly. But if you really want to get the color right, you need a more expensive tool.
You need to change the cloth.
It was something or other. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't ridiculously expensive. I think what I got cost maybe a couple $100.
Oh, that's ridiculously expensive, Steve.
Well, I mean, when you look at calibration tools, that's not an expensive one. The digital stuff has gotten so much cheaper, all the stuff. Some of the stuff's pretty good. I bought some Chinese stuff that was pretty good. Tools for measuring things like digital voltmeters, VOMs, those are way cheaper. I've got a airflow meter that was pretty cheap. I mean, you buy a lot of these kind of things, pay $20 or $30 for them.
Airflow meter?
So basically,
for measuring airflow.
You're as gullible for technology as you are for golf, Steve. Sounds like
I'm gullible for golf now. You got to understand, Hugh. I just bought a new set of irons, and it was the first time I bought irons in 15 years. I'm not one of those people that changes clubs a lot.
Yeah, but you're definitely got it for technology. You're talking about stuff that I'll never even contemplate looking at or buy, let alone buying.
Well, I mean, for the business I'm in, I needed a colorimeter. It was important that I was able to adjust my monitor right and be able to see things.
Maybe your colorimeter is wrong, Steve. This Chinese thing that you're using, because this purple 4-ball against the blue background of the cloth at a distance looks like the 8-ball to me. I think it's that's wrong.
It does look darker against that background than it does against like a green. It still doesn't look like the 8, but it does look darker. I'll give you that.
It's better than those Aramith black balls that they're using at that sharp stream you were talking about.
Yeah, I don't like those.
Can't tell. Half the time I can't tell if it's the 2 or the 10, and the other amount I can't tell if it's the 8 or the 10.
Yeah, I don't like those either. But I will say something about color and stuff is, you guys probably don't realize how important it is. Besides being able to see which color your ball is, but like if you went someplace and you said you wanted to look at like fabric, like shirt colors or paint or whatever, if your monitor's not adjusted right, when you get whatever it is that you buy, it's not going to look the way you think it's going to look because what you looked at on the screen was wrong. Well, let me change mine to blue because I'm looking at your recording, see, but that's a recording of your monitor that's wrong. So let me change mine to blue and see what my 4-ball looks like. See if it looks any better than yours.
I could mess about with the NVIDIA thing and do all of that crap, but I'd only make it worse.
Oh, but yeah, it's easier to adjust grayscale than it is color without a colorimeter. It's tough to adjust color. There are some things you can do. You can make some adjustments and get it better, but to get it spot on, you need some technology. Well, I can't tell. I've changed to blue, but I can't tell you yet, obviously, because there's no 4-ball.
It'll go in on the break on this next break too. So
sure. Oh yeah.
Support you.
It's it's almost for sure.
Guaranteed that Albie makes the 4-ball on the break.
Oh yeah.
Second row, so it's going to go in the side.
Well, he's going pretty straight here.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my monitor here. It's way better on my monitor.
Even looking at it on the stream, it's still.
But I will say that I will say that it does look darker with the blue, even on my monitor. But the shade is definitely a lot different than the 8-ball.
What color was your cloth set on, Steve?
Green.
Green. What kind of heathen are you?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that's what I grew up playing on, and I didn't even change my cloth color on my practice table to blue until, maybe the last go round about 7 years ago, because it was it just got to the point where everything was on blue cloth.
Yeah.
And my table's ready to be recovered. The problem is it's hard for me to get a table mechanic here.
I remember Mark moaning a number of years ago when VP4 came out, and the moan then was, why can't we have the TV balls in every table rather than having the balls dictated by what room you're in? Steve never listened to me then either. Because I would like the pink 4 ball on every table. Then I know where I am.
Cobra wants his shiny balls on every table.
Well, that's part of the dirt, though. I mean, there's different amounts of dirt. So the ball friction's different based on how shiny those balls are.
And Cobra hates the ones that are less shiny.
Well, this is Albinario about to get in the hill. If he can get out of there, I think he can just...
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of reason why he wouldn't run out here. I mean, this is pretty simple.
Yeah, he's got enough angle.
And he really shouldn't be feeling any pressure.
Well, I say he's got enough angle.
And as soon as we say that, he does that. That's terrible. Well,
he didn't
I
want
think
to run
he'll
out
be
without
playing
showing off any bank shots.
He'll be playing the 8-ball on the side. I thought he'd play the 8-ball on the side. I don't know why he's shooting a bank shot here. I would just play the 8-ball in the side pocket. Because he wants to give Jose another game.
Nailed it. Again, I keep talking about the pace of bank shots. I mean, the pace of the bank shot was good. The position in the 8's not great.
This is a little tricky. This is full max right English, and you can keep it on the low side of the side pocket, I think. At least I know I could on my table. On this table, we'll see.
He was going for your option. Oh, he's now going for it again. He's going to miscue. He's going to miscue that.
This is the option I like, but I would go a little lower on the cue ball because you can get further out lower.
So I like using top center on that ball and just come up above the side pocket and take the cut on the 9.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably more reliable. But I like inside English. I mean, I think a lot of it depends on preference there. But
Cobra's called it right.
You're probably right. It's simpler to just go above the side pocket.
Cobra wants shinier ball. Even these are the cleanest balls in the game that we're playing here, I think.
They're not the cleanest, but they're pretty clean. Yeah. The cleanest are the snooker balls.
Yeah. Well, Albinario comfortably through. I think I don't know whether I said 17-8. I've got something in my head saying I thought something like that, but it was roundabout. We're almost there, give or take a rack. So comfortable win for Albinario. Not really under much pressure, in fact, not very much at all. But he's through. That other match has started, and the good news is there's 2 players in the room. I don't have a fourth screen, so they're going to be playing under Jose and Albinario. So that I think you'll work it out yourself.
This could be a good match. I mean, they're about the same rating.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to have to leave you to do this last match without me.
All right. Take care here, Big.
Thanks for joining us. See you later.
Thanks for having me.
Now, yeah, they are. There's only 9 points between them. Well, where's he going here?
That was not well done. So he hit it like the way you're going to go straight up and down, in which case you need to put a little left English, or you need to, if you can put right English on it, you got to draw it in the corner some so it gets around the corner. And he went straight with right English, which was the worst combination.
So this is another 1-loss side. And there's 1 remaining match tonight. Well, it's actually tomorrow morning my time. Oh dear. Well,
he tried to hit that with right English, and that's the kind of shot. The way to play that shot is with a lot of left English, and take the cue ball, and you're trying to bring it back down to the other end rail, and you play it so that you favor the overcut side, because if you overcut it, then the 10 ball comes back and you leave them end rail to end rail.
Yeah.
That's a real standard kind of shot on the money ball and 9 and 10 ball.
Right. See you later, Cobra.
Good night, Cobra.
I've been having weird things. I was telling people the other day on one of the streams that I had a dream that my alarm had went off and whatever, and the next thing, and I didn't realise I was going to work this morning. My alarm was set for 4 a.m, but because I got totally confused because I was off work yesterday because of the funeral, and my alarm went off at its usual time at 4 a.m. My brain immediately kicked in once I heard it, and I switched the alarm off thinking, oh, I forgot to switch my alarm off last night. And I then turned back over and decided I was going to have another get back to sleep. And suddenly I woke up and it was 20 minutes to 5, and I panicked because it then kicked in the brain, hang on a minute, this is Tuesday, I've got a day's work and then I'm off for 2 days. So there's me shooting around trying to get ready within 20 minutes and have something to eat and a cup of coffee before I left the door, usually at 5 a.m. It was 10 past 5 by the time I got out the door, and that was, again, it must be an age thing. It definitely must be.
That's too early for me, 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Although I do get up pretty early because I got a 4-legged alarm clock.
Yeah.
Well, that's way overrun. Right now, it's looking like this is going to be Mark Shark all the way because Quagmire doesn't look like he's got the game to beat him, even though their ratings are pretty close.
Yeah, Mark, of course, one of the members of VP4 TV. I'm expecting him to be overall too strong, especially when there's, this sort of set up on the table. He's more than good enough to find his way out.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about it. I think I need to send C. Karaoke a message.
And you won't be the first person that sent a message. I'm pretty certain that probably his teammates have been trying to get a hold of him for the last 4 or 5 days. Now, while Mark Shark is working his way here, let's go and have a look. Well, no sooner have I said that than he's rattled the 8.
See, his first name's Carlos, right?
I haven't the foggiest idea, Steve. I don't know. I couldn't confirm or deny it. Well, Quagmire has his chance. He's trying to drop this through, I think. The angle was always going to square up like that. But once this rack's over, we're going to go to, well, I'm going to go to the stats and have a look at Albinario's and Jose's stats for that match, just to see how it shaped out. Gone for the bank, and that was well played. Well done. Right, so let's just tab out, go to the stats, go to Albi, Nario, delete a letter, and there's his name. That's a trick for finding people's names in case you don't know. I do it all the time. Jose Mac, and well, there is a Jose Mac, by the way. Or is it Jose Man? Jose Mal. Right, so let's see how that looks. Break stats, both of them had 12 breaks. They're, again, well under in terms of getting a ball in the break, but Albinario had 5 runouts from the break. Jose, none. and Jose had one foul in the break.
That's pretty good. 5 runouts from the break. Has anybody done that in one match so far? I'm not sure anybody has.
I would think up until now, most certainly probably not. Did Tommy not say he had 4 in his match tonight? I think that's what Tommy said. Yeah. He had 4.
Well, I think the rack changes are making that happen.
Yeah, Rack's high run was 1. Moneyball's made. Albinario is still 100% for the tournament, as far as I know, because he's had 14 tonight and he's not missed any. Mind you, Jose was the same. He had 7 and got the 7 in. Now, who was Tommy playing earlier on? Is Tommy still there? Didn't Machine have higher rack runs? I'm not sure. Tommy had 4, but who was Tommy playing? Does anybody remember who he was playing? Hang on a minute. Shibo, right. So let's just put up Tommy and Shibo and see how that looks. And that's looking for Tommy. Well, there's far too many. There he is, down the bottom. And that's something else been rattling in the jaws there. I heard that one. And Shibo. And let's see how that looks.
He didn't roll up very good on that.
Yeah, Tommy had 4 runouts from the break. But Tommy, look at Tommy's average balls in the break though. 1.2. That's by far the best in the tournament for a match.
I think the new rack is gonna raise both those numbers.
Looking at the Moneyball shot, Shibo had 8 and he's 100%. Tommy had 11 and got 10, so he missed 1. Yeah, let's just clear that up. And that's the 4 matches left in the schedule or the schedule. The last match today or tonight, is the one between Interchange X and Power Slam. 1 AM British summertime. I won't be there for it. But the big match, there is a big match, and that is between Larry and Hairpig, and that will be tomorrow night at 8 PM British summertime, 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, and I'll be there for it. Brainful Out and Barkers is on Saturday, so there's 1 match tomorrow. There we go. Right, how are we doing here? We are still, Mark Sharp's 3-2 in front. Quagmire's not got enough of the 7 ball. But we'll have a look at the updated stats for the whole of the event after this match. And obviously, when we looked before or the other night, there Albinario was trailing a little bit anyway on the racks run because of the limitations of the amount of matches he's played. He'd only played the 1, but that'll certainly have moved him up the leaderboard in that stat. Well, Mark Sharp has got the cut into the side and the path of the cue ball. I mean, he really just needs to.
Cue ball's natural. You just
he just needs to
make this.
Yeah, I just got to let it run.
And he's putting English on it, which is really unnecessary in this situation.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, again, doing stuff that you don't need to do, and making the shot more difficult in the process.
It's a matter of knowledge. It's a matter of understanding where the cue ball wants to go. If you don't know the line the cue ball is going to roll on, that was going to get a little bit of right English on it from the contact with the ball and, go up and down and shoot the 8 ball in the corner. Or if you overrun it, you still get the side.
He might be checking it again. Yeah, he probably did there. He could have let that run there. There was, he was fine.
And this is a funny little shot. It's not one you should mess up, but it's a funny little shot. You can hit this run.
It's going to bounce.
Yeah, that's not a bad choice of how to play that. You know, instead of trying to control the speed, he just went above the pocket, which is fine.
So will be Mark Sharp's break in rack number 7. He's got the little gap now, and now his next objective is to build on it.
And he's breaking from almost a diamond out, and he's jacking up on it a little. It's got a little more top than I'd put, but it might be okay. Let's see what happens here.
Cue ball's running forward. Cue ball's running forward.
Yeah, he had too much. The Q-tip position was too high. That's what it looked like to me before he hit it. Was just a little too high. But
I think you can see enough of the one to cut it. I think he's cutting the down table. Yeah.
I think he could shoot it in the side if he wanted. I guess he likes down table better.
And he should be on the 2. He should at least be able to have a sight of the 2. And the bump in the 3 not done him any harm. That's worked out nice.
Yeah, no, he's in a pretty good spot here.
I know he's. I don't know whether does he want to risk just trying to kill this and then cutting this back, or, I mean, there's a gap between the 7 and the 9. And I don't know whether he's heading for the 9 though. It looks as if he's putting.
Yeah, I would definitely hit this hard and go into the other side rail and back out. He's just going to go to the. Well, he may have been playing for the other corner, but he didn't make the ball, so it doesn't matter.
The old stun and the rattle in the jaws. But
you know, if you're when you stun the ball like that, you know, if you hit the long rail, it's probably not going to go in.
Well, is Quagmire going to be good enough to get this job done here?
Oh, that was well played.
Now again,
it's a little funny here. I'd probably go forward with this. Forward off the end rail and down. You need to get down to about the side pocket.
Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, he's good.
And
he should be out here. This is just
you don't need to
roll it. It's nice and natural. I mean,
yeah, you don't need nothing at all, nothing acrobatic. Just pot the ball and let the cue ball come out, and that works.
He put a touch of right English on it. He didn't really need that, but you know, after playing in real life, I wouldn't have put that much right English, but I probably would have been a teeny bit just to help with the skid. You know, you don't get skids in VP, but in real life you sure can.
Yeah, he's fine. 10 ball's fine. So that was against Mark Sharp's break. So Quagmire's keeping in touch, and he's just breaking from where the cue ball's appearing, and it's dry. And well, the one ball will cut. Obviously, he's going to run into the 5, which won't do him any harm either if he plays it at the right pace, because he's always going to then still have the shot to 2. I think you just need to.
Yeah, I mean, this is just.
I mean,
you know,
what's he doing?
You basically just stun it.
No, that was
trying to play safe, and that was
not very well thought out.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty easy to pocket that 1 and get on the 2.
Got the cover, but it's an easy hit, and 9 times out of 10 this will go in if you pick the line.
It's an easy hit, but getting a shot on the 2 is not so easy.
Yeah.
You got to hit this with some speed because you got to get this to come out where you have a shot. If you hit it easy, he's not kicking at it. He's going to try to banana this.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever on.
Yeah, and that was a harder shot than the kick.
So, how does he finish? He's billiard in the 9 to leave the 1 more or less there and take it over the other side. Looks like it from here. Oh dear. I think he's hooked himself, has he? No, he hasn't. And the cue ball, if he just lets this come down at the normal pace, it's going to finish this bottom side of the two. But he's letting it run. He's got a nice, well, almost a nice bump in the two. Certainly got the right angle to try and find a gap for the 3.
Yeah, here you probably want to head towards the 6.
Oh, I think the little knuckles hasn't done him any harm.
That was pretty tight.
Now again, this is where you know your limitations. Just come back off that and leave yourself on the 4 where you are, and that's fine. And now he can come around behind the 5 for the same pocket if he wants, I think. Or he can go forward and come up, but the danger's the 8 ball if he overcooks it. But I think the pace is perfect. That was well done.
Yeah, as long as you're running at the 8 ball, you're okay. Pretty hard to get hooked unless you'd have to just thin it on the far side of it.
Oh, now there's that's the big letdown, that shot there. Trying to just be dinky and tricky to hold for the 7 when it's easy enough to let the cue ball just run out. You're always going to be in the 7, and that was just again a bad idea that ended up bad. Everything was looking good there, but you cannot be making errors like that. And Mark should feed off those. Well, he's running forward. He could have come back if he wanted to, but he's taking the more open option. Back to the 2-rack lead from this as well, and back to his break. Oh goodness me! I mean, I can't understand it.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
There was nothing to. I mean, why? He should have done what I said in the first place. Hindsight's a great thing, but we've seen two duff shots in that rack, one from each player, and he might be feeling the pinch, knowing that he's on the stream. Again, the balls have opened up wide, far and wide. 6 ball, thinking about getting in, eventually goes in, cutting the 1. Well, he can get the top side of the 2 for the cut down the rail, but how much of an angle is he going to be left? Oh, he spun it inside, and now he's he has a bank. Does he have a bank? It's not really a comfortable bank, is it? He's cutting across the 2 to make a bank. He's got the cut.
Yep, that's pretty good there.
Now, again, you just come off the rail and out. Plenty of room past the 5 to cut that 4 in. And now he's trying to get in a spot, and he's got there, but I wouldn't have played that. So much danger with that shot.
Well, you'd think he'd be out here, but we've seen enough of these 2 guys to know that may not be the case.
Oh well, I mean his biggest. Well, there's a problem there. I was giving him the 5 and about to say the biggest problem's getting back from that 7 onto the 8 good, but yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, these guys are like, maybe like weak B players or something. I mean, if you ever in real life get a chance to watch guys at this level gamble, it is really exciting because anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you never know when somebody's going to screw something up, and it can be very exciting. I've seen guys like this, play like $10,000 matches, and it's very entertaining. Because the good players, they just run out all the time, so there's not that many exciting moments. We're seeing a lot of excitement here because these guys.
Well, Quagmire's going to. Well, I say going to it. He's again, you want it more comfortable than this. It means that he's having to just control this cue ball.
You really shouldn't miss this shot, but we've seen it.
There we go.
There it is.
Well, this is probably one of the easiest up and down kicks. Can he get to it?
Oh,
yeah, he can catch an edge. You can catch an edge.
Hit a little left English, or you could use right English here, but left is safer because if you use right and hit it wrong, you could scratch another corner. He's drawing it, which I don't like.
No, you know why? There's the answer.
I mean, he just wanted to hit that with left English to open it up a little and get it come by the 10 ball. Yeah, and that's, just basically not understanding how to play that shot.
Yep.
And, the thing is, this comes up a lot with pool where you got a ball hung in the pocket. So that's one of those shots that's pretty important to understand how to play.
Well, Mark Sharp's had a 2-rack lead twice. He's now saw that disappear. And he's now going to be chasing after Quagmire. How big that gap's going to develop, we don't know. And how much is Mark Sharp going to start contributing to this?
I don't think he got there. Nope.
He's immediately.
Now, this is one you need to hit pretty hard because you need to separate these balls. I mean, the only soft kick available is trying to kick the cue ball behind the 4.
No, he didn't call the 2, so that's a missed call.
Yeah, I mean, you could have soft kicked that and tried to put the cue ball on the 4. Otherwise, going the other way, you had to hit it with some speed.
And again, that's a major failing there. You see, Mark Sharp's not a 10-ball player. He's predominantly 9-ball. I think most. In fact, if he was a 10-ball player, he would have always called that ball into the side. If he was kicking it, it would just be a natural thing. He would do it automatically, and that's where you end up feeling a right numpty because you didn't do it. Because you never know what can happen. It can go in. Especially coming across the table, the odds are, you've got a reasonable chance it could head towards the pocket.
Well, this is all pretty straightforward here. He may run out here. I mean, the 8 ball is the trickiest part because it's on the rail, so he needs to. See, this is not a great position to have the cue ball. I'd actually try to bump the 8 ball here.
Yeah, this is right on the rail.
The way you have to hit this is with draw and right English. If you want to get that cue ball to move straight across into the 8, and I'm sure he doesn't know that. So the other option here is 1, 2, 3, 4 rails to get on the 8 ball in the same pocket as the 7. And you got to hit this with some speed and get there because it's going to want to kill off the end rail. Let's see if you can get this right. I'm sure that's probably what he's thinking. The amount of the 7 ball that you take is going to determine the line of that cue ball. But you want to hit the opposite long rail out there towards about a diamond from the pocket. Now he's doing a draw shot, and he is putting some right English on it, but he's hit it way thin. That's actually a 1-pocket shot he just shot there, and it actually worked pretty good. You didn't want that much angle on this, so you've got to put a lot of left English on this 8 ball to keep him from throwing into the rail. And then hit it with enough speed that you get the cue ball to come out past the 10.
Well, he's got a bit on it.
Yeah, he needs, you got to put that on or it's going to throw into the rail and not go in. This shot's definitely makeable.
That's well played.
Yep, that was perfect. He got the cue ball out. He's got a nice little angle to come out for the 10 ball.
And now Mark Sharp's...
all of a sudden now it's looking like Quagmire may be the favorite in this match. Mark Sharp's really been struggling lately.
Yeah, it's...
and that was well done to get out there.
He's getting a test now. Got to get his act together. But he's got to cut out the errors. It's the usual thing, though. It's obvious. It's staring everybody in the face, including the player.
These guys are gonna, they're gonna get to the table at least once every rack. I mean, every game, they're probably gonna get to the table 2 or 3 times because they're both gonna have trouble running more than a few balls because they're just not moving the cue ball good enough to do it. As soon as I say that, somebody will run out from the 1 ball. I'd like to see that.
Oh, Mark Sharp's had a major fail in there. Again, balls breaking easily enough and no ball.
Quagmire's on a little bit of a roll here. And this shot has just come into the middle of the table. This is a lot of top and come into the middle of the table.
Now, from that, well, however he finishes on this 4, is he going to be able to hold that cue ball for the 5?
He decided to go backwards. I mean, in this situation, I think you're going to want to run into the 5. He's a little bit thin here where, the problem here is it's going to tend to want to go behind it. That was a pretty well played shot.
He can still see it, and he can certainly cut it. And he should have
behind it, but the way he hit it, it ended up good. That was a little lucky, but he was definitely trying to get a shot on it.
Yeah,
this is well done.
He's done well.
Bounce off the rail. Yeah, he could just roll this one. So he's looking like he's going to run out here.
Well, I would have liked to have rolled through a bit further just so that I'm dinking out for the 8, but
as soon as I say neither one of these guys can run out, one of them doesn't. I like it. I've got the power too, Hugh. But my power is just a little different than yours. I can actually help people. You can only hurt them.
No.
Yeah, he just plays a little kind of kill shot there. And this is fine. I mean, this is a routine angle.
Yeah, needed a wee bit more on it for my comfort.
You know what? I mean, I would have put it right there. And the reason why is, you get a little carried away with that shot, and you can way overhit that.
Well, this match has turned on its head because Mark Sharp had a 4-2 lead, and he's watching racks drift away from him here, and he's now trailing by 3.
Quagmire's come out dry here, and
pressure's on. He's got no shot though other than the lockup.
Yeah, and the lockup's easy. I mean, that's the right play there. He's got him pretty good on the 3 ball. So, I mean...
Now, I'd be calling the 6. Got to call the 6. Let's have a look at the angle. Oh,
if you're going to shoot that, it's basically you want to hit it with low and a little left.
Yeah.
Because you got to hold the cue ball. And that shot is a low lefter hard off the rail.
The 5 balls in the way from that side.
Yeah, he's going this way, which I actually like the other way better. But this is a little tricky going this way.
Now he is calling the 6.
He's probably playing 2 rails.
Going away.
He played a single rail.
Well,
he would have played 2 rails just because the 3 ball was in the way.
Let's see how Mark can handle the pressure of trying to deliver. 4 ball is almost tucked away behind that 8 up there. There's room to get to it, though.
You almost have to. I think this is wise trying to shoot a combo here because it's a little bit tricky. otherwise. I think this is what you want to do. Let the one slide over, shoot in the other corner. You don't want to bunt this. You want to hit it with a little bit of pace. Get the one ball to separate because there's not a lot of cut angle here. Well, he's going in the same pocket. Okay, I wasn't sure he could do that. That's fine. So ideally, he would run out here. I mean, table is sitting pretty good.
I think the only worry I've got is coming out of that 4 ball.
Yeah, the 4 to 5 is a little tricky. That's the one part where
that 8 ball just too adjacent to it to kill the cue ball. You know, when the cue balls get into it, provided he gets a sight of the 4, that is, but if he does, he's going to take a fair chunk of the 8 ball.
Well, that's certainly not where you want to be on the 3. I think he's going to end up with a long shot on the 4, and you're going to have to bump the 8 ball is what it comes down to. Yeah, you might not have to from there.
Well,
he can shoot this without bumping it.
Yeah, he can cut it in. Oh, he didn't get through with the shot. Really, he's now got himself awkward.
That was way under hit. That was I'm going to be careful instead. I'm going to let it go and stroke it.
Yeah, he chickened out. He didn't deliver it.
Well, for a guy that's been missing some balls, you don't want that shot. Yeah.
And there's a root cause of failure every time. Just not confident enough to play the shot to get there and make it comfortable in the 5.
Yeah, I mean, pool's a game like golf. You can't try to control it. You know, you have to especially in real life. It's harder in real life because you have to let the cue release properly. And when you try to control it, the cue won't release. Now, virtual pool doesn't have that problem as much, but still, you see that happen where he's trying to control that, and next thing you know, he's come up way short. It's almost like what you'd see in real life when somebody doesn't release the cue.
And I always keep going back to the same thing. If you've got confidence in your mouse setting, you wouldn't have to think about that. You wouldn't let it bother you. You would play the shot. Sylvia's got lots of confidence in Matt, and Matt's my teammate in VP4 TV, but I don't have a lot of confidence.
I mean, especially in that kind of shot, I'm very focused on how I'm releasing my Q-tip into the cue ball. I don't think a lot about making balls. I mostly think about where I want the cue ball to go. And sometimes I think more, sometimes I put a little more emphasis on thinking about my Q-tip, and that would be one of them, because how you release on that's really critical in what the ball's going to do.
Well, again, sort of a fair stack of dry breaks.
There's a window, but I don't think he can make this ball. I think he can go between and hit it. It's always, you always got to be wondering there when you have that shot. Is it really going through?
Yeah, well, he missed the double kiss, but the 1 balls came into play, and it's an 8-4 lead here, and Mark Shark has got his back right against the wall.
Yeah, he needs to do something. Now that's another good player picture. See, Cobra's really got to up his game. We gotta find him a picture. Why don't you find a good picture of a cobra and send it to Cobra?
Cobra used to just have Cobra as his picture. Cobra the word.
Yeah. Well, you saw Jose's, and I look at Mark Shark's done in neon with a shark. I mean, that's pretty cool. You gotta like that.
And immediately Mark
Jose probably is from a place where there's parrots.
Well, they're certainly not native to Spain.
Yeah. Well, he may just like parrots. I mean, when I was in Hawaii, the parrots would fly down the hill every morning and fly up every night. And man, those things make a racket.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I would shoot this one. I mean, there's not a whole lot of choice. Yeah, that was a tough save.
Well, the trouble is, Sylvia, by the time that Mark's warmed up, Quagmire may well already be over the line. Race to
Uh, so,
13. He's running out of racks.
Sylvia's saying he's going to win it. So, is Mark on your team, Sylvia? Is he one of
No,
your players?
no, he's on my team. He's on my team, and I don't have any confidence in him
Oh,
doing
she's
anything.
rooting for your players.
I've not seen anything to inspire me to thinking that he's going to hang on in there.
Well, this is another one you just want to shoot. You might almost have to hit this with left English to avoid the scratch, though. I think the scratch is, the scratch is near impossible to avoid here. I
This
think
is
you
pretty
just thin
tight
this.
looking.
You try to thin this, hit the end rail, and come back behind the, the 5, 6, and 10.
Yeah.
The idea is you're not going to move the 3 ball all the way over. As this is a tough shot, you hit a little thick and you scratch. You hit it too thin and you miss the ball. Didn't get the speed right. I mean, the line on the 3 ball was beautiful. That's exactly what you want to do. Just hit it too hard.
Well, it's certainly not easy. And Mark Sharp needs easy stuff to get him going. He needs to get.
Yeah, this is tricky. You got to actually go between the 6 and the end rail, and then come off the other end rail, and you're going to be running at that 4 and 7 and trying to get a bump out of it. Hit it thick. I think if he would have hit it thinner, he would have been on the right line.
Tommy's been quiet for a while. He might have gone to bed.
Well,
Rob,
this is an ideal opportunity here. This is a hard stun across. He's drawing it. Now, this is the wrong thing to do, is drawing it like that. He's getting away with it.
He's using the old VP4 escape route, Steve.
Yeah, I would have just stunned that across. But that worked. I mean, it was a well-controlled shot. He's fine.
Talking of pictures, what's that picture that Quagmire's got? I need to get out my chair to try and
The
read it.
Mile High Club, that's you know what the Mile High Club is, don't you?
Yes, I do, yes. You don't have to get into graphic detail, Steve. I've worked that one out, yep.
Well, it's mixed company on the screen, so we don't want to get into that, but...
Yeah. Run Out Rob says he has that shark on a t-shirt done with an air paint gun.
Yeah, that's cool. If you do get in that Mile High Club discussion, you're probably going to get yourself in a quagmire. Sorry, couldn't resist that. Yeah, but he's putting draw on it, which is... Yeah, shooting that shot with draw makes it a lot harder. Because of the hitting the soft and the cue ball turning over. Well, then you have to edit out all the background too and make it transparent. That's a bunch of work. You can't just take a picture. You got to get rid of everything but the graphic, because it looks a lot cooler when it blends like that. Most pictures are better with transparency on them. I'm not saying all, but I think most of them are. Well, you only do one game at a time. There's one. Quagmire's break. Let's see a break and run out. I don't think we've seen a break and run out, although I think we saw a run out from the 1 ball. I think Quagmire did one of those. Yeah. And, yeah, well, this one, that's about the only way you're going to get there. Yeah, well, he didn't hit it square. That hurt him. And you certainly don't want to come up short of the end rail there. Yeah, I mean, this ball's makeable. He may be playing safe. Yeah, not very well done though. Yeah, 10 ball is definitely the shot here. You just got to hit this pretty thin and then just get the speed right. That's all. You got the 4 helping and the 7 helping. I mean, this really isn't a hard shot, but didn't really get this too much, and it was hit too hard also. Too much speed on the cue ball. Well, this is a pretty easy bank shot. See if that's what he shoots. I'm not sure what he was doing. If he was banking it, that was not very good. Well, this 2 ball goes if he wants to shoot it. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of safeties that aren't very good safeties. Well, the thing is the first thing you have to understand is if I just roll this and hit this much of this ball, where's the cue ball going to go? And I don't think either one of these players has a very exacting idea about that. So it starts making it hard to play those little touchy safes where, you need to roll it just right.
Thank you, Larry. I was muted again. Well, there's a little combo, and that's it.
Well, there's one way to solve the wreck.
That's short.
So I think that counts as a break and run, doesn't it?
Well,
Or no, they had a safety or 2 in there, so
Yeah.
I take it back. It didn't. Well, he's breaking from very close to center, which I don't particularly like the way these tables are breaking. I don't even like that in real life, breaking that close.
And try again.
Yeah.
Cue
I
ball.
think that's that same break further out, and he's going to make a lot more balls.
Well, we know in the latter stages of this tournament, these sort of tables, they're going to get cleared up. And has that squirted through far enough?
Long
No,
shot
it hasn't.
overcut there. All right, well, let's see if Mark Shark can do something with this.
Well, he's pretty nigh almost at last chance saloon to stay in some sort of touch here.
And this is another one of these in the pocket shots, and he hasn't played it particularly well. He's way overrun it. That's that shot that everybody needs to practice a lot. The ball hung in the pocket and try to move the cue ball. And when you practice it, you need to practice speed and line. Get the line you want, get the speed you want. And
9 ball. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I mean, if anything, overhit that to make sure it's coming right over. You're always on the 3.
Well, I'm not sure what he's trying here because there's no kick. He's going to have to go long rail, and this is.
Well, he's called it in the corner, obviously, but
I'd probably play a safe kicking off the other end rail because that's a hard shot.
Well, they'll take that. I mean, it's not going to be easy. Does it go? No, it doesn't. I thought it might have squeezed past the 4 there, but it doesn't.
Well, he's got a reasonable shot taking the 3 straight up table and then trying to run the cue ball into the 4 and using the 9 as a blocker. It's not guaranteed, but it's a reasonable kind of shot to shoot. Biggest problem is not pocketing the 4. I think he's maybe not quite got enough angle to get into the 4 the way he'd want to, though, to stop the cue ball. He's going to play the 10 ball, which is this. Now, this is a tough shot. That 10 ball is like real close to the rail. I mean, good luck with this. Made a pretty good attempt at it.
Yeah. Well, he's going to give Mark another go. 4 goes past, no problem.
Yeah, if you're playing Albin or Cobra, they're out here. You're not playing semi-pro because he didn't get in the tournament. I think most of the better players are going to run this rack. And I think there's a pretty good chance Mark Shark could too.
Well,
I hate to curse him like that, but
you've just sealed his fate in this rack, Steve, saying that. You've uttered the immortal words.
yeah, that was nice going forward there. So, me, I'd go 2 rails here. He probably won't. But you just want to get pretty straight in on this 7.
Well, this is yet another 4-hour stint. First match tonight was at 6 p.m. It's now just knocked on the door at 10 p.m. or 5 p.m. if you're East
Now all he wants
Coast.
to do is shoot this and stop the cue ball. I mean, he's doing a lot of thinking here, which isn't good. And this is just, speed.
Yeah.
You want to be about the second diamond, right about the head string.
Yep, you just need that angle to drop it in and let the cue ball go through it.
Yeah, I mean, this is all just speed. He's putting a little left English on it, which is okay. And that's very well done.
That'll do it. That's on the mark.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, Mark Stark is looking like he's coming alive here because he handled that pretty well there. So.
Well, Sylvia's call isn't dead and buried yet.
Well, it's sort of interesting because both these guys, we've seen some flashes of, hey, that looks pretty good, and ran a bunch of balls, and then we see like utter chaos, and you're wondering what the heck they're thinking and missing easy balls, and so it's pretty mixed bag with these two.
Why isn't there a dry break stat, Steve?
I don't know. I mean, I could put one in.
Yeah.
It's not really that easy to add most new stats. I certainly could put a dry break stat in. I'll put that on my list.
I think that would be interesting. And then over a period of time in the tournament, you're looking to see if there's any sort of pattern with particular players. It'd be interesting to see something like that. I know it's boring. A lot of people get bored with stats, but Americans, as far as I'm concerned, Americans love stats. I mean, you look at any American sports program, it's every bloody stat under the sun.
Hey, everybody's going to love stats.
Yeah.
And you know why?
Yeah.
Here's a question for you. Why is everybody going to love stats?
The stats never lie.
No, that's not why.
What?
The reason why everybody's going to love stats, even if they don't now, is because there's going to be a tremendous amount of gambling on stats. For example, the PGA Tour is keeping live stats on everything. You're going to be able, like some guy will be in the fairway, okay? You're going to see Jordan Spieth in the fairway hitting 3-wood at the green, and you're going to get odds and be able to bet on that one shot.
Yeah, because
that's going to make stats huge because all of a sudden it's like, wow, these stats are cool because they let you do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to, you could bet on you could bet on, who's going to have less putts for a round. I mean, the number of stats they have in golf, it's almost endless what you could bet on. And the PGA Tour is currently trying to get that going. They're kind of waiting for the U.S. government to legalize gambling, but it's already in process, and sports gambling is going to become legal here. And when that happens, you're going to see those stats make the PGA Tour a lot of money.
Mm.
Now, that's one place LIV Golf's kind of behind, just because they don't have all that. So when the PGA Tour comes out and starts doing that, LIV will not be able to do that without a considerable effort.
Well, that was a reasonably well-controlled drop.
Okay, so now we're looking at 9-7 here. I mean...
break back to Mark Shark.
Aleander hit that a little. That's the old inside kill shot. Now, these shots in real life, I almost always hit this with inside English.
Oh, it's fine. He's not. You just got to watch the run in this cue ball. This is where you just got to watch where it's running and it's running straight.
That's one of the reasons why you hit it with inside English.
Yeah,
because you take it to the side rail.
Because you then take it to the rail.
You don't have to worry about it.
You're in again. That's an instinct thing, Steve. You know that the cue ball's heading in a direction you don't really want it to go, so you take the evasive manoeuvre.
Well, the problem with that is because you're hitting it thin, it's very easy to miss it and all of a sudden get it going the wrong direction and still make the ball or have too much speed on it. So it's hard to control the exact speed and direction on a thin cut like that. That's why you just hit it with inside and go to the side rail, because that way it doesn't matter if you hit a little thick or a little thin or a little more or a little less English, you're still safe.
Now, 4 ball in the break. I don't know why he's not having a go at this. Is he calling the one? He should be calling the one, I think, here. And the cue ball, if he gets it right, it's going to run. He needs to let it run.
Out. Let's see where he's pushing to. This is a hard ball to push to. I'm not sure why he would push out here. I mean, the only thing you can push to is another kick. I don't get this. Yeah, this is not a ball to push.
No, and
he's kind of made his mind up. He could push over on the side rail and half hook with the 6, and then have a kick on the other way. But
well, he's always going to be put back in, isn't he? So now he's going to have to try the kick, and I don't know whether the line's here to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I don't quite get that move. All that was a chance to screw up.
He said
the kick's not really any easier.
He's his own bluff called there, because he should have had a go at that. Because I think that if he hit it and didn't get it, fine. The cue ball, if you hit it with the right pace, is running around the table and down.
I think he's going to have a hard time hitting this coming up short of the side pocket.
Yeah,
he needed to be on the other side and maybe have to drag it a little to get the angle out. Yeah, he out-thunk himself that time.
He suckered himself there.
All right, well, let's see what kind of choices he makes here. I mean, this is one of those shots that...
Well, this needs to bump it the right side like that.
He got away with it. I mean, I'm not sure the idea was bad, but where he put the cue ball to hit it to do that was maybe not the best spot. All right, well, I mean, here's Quagmire looking like... he might run out here. He certainly needs to at this point.
Well, this is a good way to inflict pain in your opponent when the opponent's made the choices he's made in the last visit.
Well, underhit that a little, and this is critical. He needs to get on the 6 ball good, because
looks okay to
7
me.
Ball's in a funny spot. It's no good.
Just a wee bit show up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it tough where the 7 is.
Now again, can he stun into the gap with 10 and 9 and come back up? What's he think?
I think he can go between the 10 and the 7.
Yeah, I think he was a bit thinner than I thought.
He tried to play your shot and stun it.
Yeah,
I like maybe just rolling it with a lot of left English and going between the 10 and 7 and trying to get it to come back out.
Having looked at that, I think the shot that I was talking about, he was a lot thinner on the 6 than I thought to be trying to play that shot.
You're going to have to force it that way, and it's always easier to do something natural with the cue ball.
Oh dear. Well, now that's put it in a plate virtually here for Quagmire. Running into the 9's a fatality.
I'd say this would be hard to screw up, but we've seen it happen too many times with these players. But I mean, this is just roll this thing and you're on the 7 perfect. So he's doing a lot of looking around, which I don't get. I don't understand why you need to look around a lot right now. You kind of got to decide what you want to do here. I'd probably just shoot it up in the corner. That's not the corner I would have shot it in, but this is okay. You're going to have to hit this with speed, though.
Yeah, cut it.
You needed to hit that hard and force it across and back out. I mean, playing on the short side of the 9 was going to be risky with a corner pocket there. Instead, he just decided to solve the problem by missing a ball. And this isn't very well played, but it's coming out perfect.
I was thinking he was coming down the left side as we were looking at it.
That's where he should have been coming down. But it's going to work out. I mean...
How straight is he? Let's have a look. No, he's got enough to...
Yeah, just shoot the thing 10 in the side pocket.
He's running through it.
Yeah. It's not perfect, but it's good enough.
Well, this is unexpected. Mark Sharp had given this rack up.
Well, Sylvia may be right about
Sylvia's
this.
call is still on. It's still on. I've still got no confidence in Mark, but Sylvia's call is still on. 6 ball goes in. 1 ball is in play. 2 ball is gone.
2 balls in, and this is a beautiful rack. You can't get much better than this.
This is a brilliant way to respond. If you can do it.
Shoot the 3 in the same pocket, and right there, and you're going to be perfect on the 4 ball. 5 ball goes down the corner. I mean, this is an easy table. Now I'm not sure why it's not rolling this.
Oh
See,
dear.
I just don't get that. It tried to come back. Could have just rolled forward. Could have just rolled forward and shot the 4 in the corner and a little angle off the rail.
Sometimes players just don't see the obvious. I don't think there's any other explanation for it.
Taking a shot where you have to do something versus a shot that's you really don't have to do anything. And it's always a better choice. If you got a choice, do the shot that you don't have to do anything, or you're just letting it roll forward. You're not having to hit it hard. You're not having to draw it, maybe just a touch of English or something, I mean, that's always going to be the easier way to play.
I know all of a sudden we're going to have a tied ball game here. And Quagmire, well, he's asking for it, isn't he?
Well, Quagmire's had plenty of chances here. He's let Mark Shark right back into this. Now, this shot, I'd go forward off the rail. And that's what he's going to do.
That's fine. I mean, do whatever you want. Go forward. Little soft draw back.
I'd almost always go forward on that.
Yeah. It's nice to have a simple choice like that.
Yeah, I mean,
so
Quagmire's sort of falling apart here. Mark Shark has picked his game up, and it's looking like Mark Shark's the favorite again. So I've gone back and forth. I've called Mark Shark the favorite early, then I called Quagmire the favorite. Now I'm back to Mark Shark.
Well, that's what happens in these type of matches. You just cannot fathom who's going to come out on top.
Well, this is some crazy stuff in this match. I mean, I'm having a hard time understanding all this because
I'm amazed at the way these balls are breaking, and yet a lot of the time they ain't finding a pocket.
Well, I mean, that part of that's how the players are breaking them, and part of it's how the racks are being put together. I mean, my goal was not to make guys make balls every single rack. And plus, you got to understand, this is 10 ball. A 9 ball rack's going to break a lot better than this. You're going to make a lot more balls playing 9 ball than 10 ball.
Well, I don't think there's. I mean, he's went for the big bang. He's went for the VP4. He's went for the stub shot. He's got the hit in the 6.
It was just sort of out of control. I'm hoping he'll play safe here because that's obviously the right thing to do.
I'd be sticking this right on that 9.
That's probably the simplest shot.
There wouldn't be any further thought. Would be any further thought, and again, he's just not. He's not going.
Well, but that's just not understanding the line the cue ball is going to roll on. It's not a hard shot. I mean, it is a little touchy.
Yeah, there's a shot players should be trying. Practicing whenever if they're in a room on their own and they've got any set situation, they should be trying just to lock a ball up. Get more faith in being able to execute the shot.
I mean, getting better isn't that difficult to do, but you've got to work on it. You've got to have some self-reflection and think about what you're doing, and being honest with yourself is one of the really important things.
And watch how the better guys do it and absorb information. Get behind their cue, watch what they're doing with the cue stick. Oh dear. Wow.
Yeah, it's just That's overcutting the back cut, which is
who
easy to do.
Who are you calling for now, Steve?
Huh?
who you?
Who am I calling it for? I don't know. I give up. This is too hard to call a winner here.
Well, he's going to have to get into this cue ball here.
Yeah, you just got to get some draw on it, and you got to hit. This is important. The distance to the cue ball. He's going forward, which makes no sense at all here.
Foggiest idea where this is going to end up.
Yeah, he's going to have to get lucky if he even makes the ball. I mean, I'm done assuming guys are making balls. Now he's going down on it.
Right.
It looks like to me like he's going to overcut it.
He must be listening to the stream, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting behind him looking at it going, that's an overcut. And I'm lousy at this game making balls and stuff, and I could see that.
No. He's been lucky he's left.
I would play the safe here. I'd try to stick him on the 7 ball. This is just a real soft little shot.
Yeah,
where,
come off the back of the 4.
You could put him on the 7 ball.
Yeah, come off the back of the 4. That would have been the shot.
Well, Quagmire's got another chance here. He's going to play a safety, and
that
was a
pretty good.
Safety.
That's
and
excellent.
He played very well. That was well done there.
Well, I think you could call this the good, the bad, and the ugly. Couldn't you? That be the title for this match.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but like I said, this level of player, it's going to be exciting because you're just never sure what they're going to do, what's going to happen. I mean, anything could happen at any time. And that makes it fun to watch.
Now,
I mean, it doesn't always have to be a great pool to be fun to watch.
Well, he's unlucky he scratched. I think he did call that 4 ball up the table there, and he was on a reasonable line.
I think Quagmire is at the edge of the cliff here. I think he either runs out here or he loses this match. I mean, he's how far down is Mark Shark? 4 games or something?
It was at least that. Sylvia will know because she's paying attention. She's backing him.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a key match for Quagmire. He absolutely has to run out. Watch out. Well, he got away with one there. He's lucky he didn't run behind the 8 ball.
Nice little bump.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, I know what I'm doing here. I'm putting a bit of right on this to make sure I'm going to come inside that 10. I'm not going to do that. Quagmire. Goodness me. The commentator's eye has done it again.
Yeah, you're right. It needed a bit of right. Get on the other side of the 10 ball and
again
get more speed to go to the rail. Because if you didn't put right on it, you knew the path was going to be over there. And if you hit it harder, you risk scratching in the corner. So
that is the perfect example of where, with me, he's kicked it in though.
How about that?
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
He's kicked it in, and he's called it. And he's got to finish it off now. But going back to that shot, as soon as I see the way those balls are set, I'm thinking the little voice that I keep talking about, the little voice in your head. The little voice in your head says that needs a little touch of right English because I don't want to go near that 10 ball. I want to come inside it, and he's overcut the 10. In fact,
that's the kind of thing that happens a lot with players after they make a great shot. They dog it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're seeing the shot and you're reacting to it, and that's what players need to do. Is they need to get to the level where they can see, gee, I just need to hit this a little because the natural path is not where I want to go.
I think you might have hit the nail right in the head, Steve, because you've said that Quagmire is either going to win or lose this match if he can get out that rack. So he's now lost it. And he's now 1 behind again.
Yeah, well, Mark Shark's on a roll. I think he's feeling confident. He's got a ball in the break. You could go either way with this, either a lot of inside or around the corner. I'd do a lot of inside just because it takes out making a mistake, but you could go the other way too.
Yeah, you've got nowhere to go though. I mean, it's a simple...
Yeah, he's not doing a lot of inside though. He's only doing a little. This needs a lot of inside. And
that's why. That's exactly why.
Yeah, the butt of the cue is a little high and stuff, and you got to hit that with not as much speed, and this shot was a little tricky. But I like guaranteeing that I'm not going to run into balls because most good players, would hit that with inside just because. Not that they couldn't go between the 4 and 6, but if you hit a little funny and you get a little offline, you bump one of those balls, and all of a sudden,
yeah,
you're not good. Well, I would definitely take this down table and use the 10, 8, and 3. Somebody's going to do that.
Somebody's going to have to take that risk because 10 minutes of this isn't a rest.
See, the thing about this shot is you put a lot of English on this. You don't have to hit it that hard to get the cue ball all the way down to the end rail.
You let the spin do the work. Exactly.
Let the spin accelerate it off that side rail, but you got to put a lot of spin on it, and then you're going to hit it, not too hard. You just got to feel that, it's a feel shot.
I mean, even he was looking at the left side of the two there. He's gone back the top side, and now he's finally gone for distance.
Yeah.
Stubb would cut this.
He hit it okay, but not as good as he needed to.
Larry would cut this as well. What am I talking about? Larry wouldn't turn this down. He'd be straight onto it. Up and down the table. The worst thing that can happen is that it doesn't even look as if you can hit the 8 ball from this.
The thing about that shot, playing that little spin shot, is some angles are a little better than others to execute it.
Mm-hmm.
And, passed up some really good angles early on and took an angle that was harder. And I think that's why I didn't get the hook.
Mark Sharps refused it, so the combo's on.
I'm not sure why he would refuse this. I think that combo is just too easy.
So the 7 ball should be called.
Yeah, this is just too easy. So it was a missed call, and he gave it back. What happened there?
No. Mark Sharp.
Why'd you say he refused it?
No, he refused. What was I talking about there? I've totally lost my train of thought.
Oh, I thought you were talking about some missed call where he gave it back.
No.
I wasn't paying attention.
He refused the cut on the 2 ball. When the 2 ball was. When I said that Stubb would have played it,
sitting in a better spot,
he refused to take that cut on from distance. Whereas, when they're looking at it from where the camera is now, where the donut is now, the 2 balls sort of there, and the cue ball's up here. I was saying Larry and Stubb would have cut that. They would have cut it every day of the week.
Yeah, that's no good. I mean, there's some pretty easy safeties there.
Yeah, you could try and use a 10 and 3. He's going all out for the cut.
Oh, I didn't realize that ball went. Okay, well, that's great. He's got a problem with the 7 ball, but I have to solve that. See, this is almost, at this skill level of player, you're almost better off not being at the table, waiting for them to open up the 7 and screw things up for you. Because, if you're at the table, you got to figure out how to run this out, and this is a little tricky. He may try to play for it here.
He's had the little bump, and that works out nice.
And he did it well. So
now
if you would have been me, happy that he was at the table, you would have not been happy after that because he hit that really well.
But can he see it through? The 6 ball goes comfortably past the 7.
Yeah, well, he's doing the right thing here by drawing this. You definitely want to draw this. Yeah, I mean, he should be out.
And he's got to play this as if he's cheating a pocket, and he hasn't. There's a major mistake there.
Yeah, and that 7 ball was gettable from there. So with this one, you almost always want to go forward. And the reason why is you just don't want to risk bumping that 7. So you're going to go forward with high, not real high, and then you want left English. Now, he's not doing that. He's coming back. This is a bad play because you risk bumping the 7, and that's as good as you're going to get. It was way easier going forward left English and going around that corner. Way easier to get an angle on it and not risk running into the 7 ball.
Well, this is the definition of a bedhead cut. Cue ball up and down the table.
Well, this isn't a hard shot. He just has to run it up and down the table.
Where's this 10 ball? Where's this 10 ball? Where is the 10 ball? He's
Now we got
okay.
away with it.
He's okay.
And this is just straight topspin. Comes straight down the table.
Loads of acreage to move the cue ball into. Oh dear.
Well, he didn't get enough topspin on it.
Where's the cue ball going?
Oh, that was perfect that time.
Yeah, I mean that's just it. You've got to have understanding for the line the ball is going to take.
Yeah.
You can understand and how much spin to put on it.
Well, I think I think we'll settle for Hill here now because we're now all square again in double figures. 10 all, and the break goes back to Mark Sharp. Now, who wants to call this now? Sylvia. I think Sylvia's gone to bed. She's gone quiet.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean,
I think she's already settled for the fact that Mark Sharp's going to pull through and win this.
Possibly.
Because it's also 25 minutes past 11 in Germany as well. We've got to think about that. It's beddy bye time.
Yeah, she still works, so.
Well, this is another dry one, isn't it?
Yeah.
And your dinner will be in the oven, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing for food tonight.
Well, that's
this is a rack that you would think. Now, see, I don't get that. Why not shoot that one ball? It's not like that was a difficult shot. Yeah, that's a mystery decision there. I would have shot that one ball every time. I'm not sure why he was trying to play safe there. The one ball, pocketing one ball is easier than the safe, and the whole table's open.
No, he's not calling anything so far, so he's probably. Oh, he is now. He's looking at the bank. 2 ball isn't an issue.
It isn't. almost in the corner pocket. It's
No,
when you hit it like that.
No, I said the 2 ball, not the cue ball. The 2 ball over the pocket, but
I thought you said the cue ball. Well, the cue ball shouldn't have been an issue, but the way he hit it, it was.
Right. So, well,
Right,
here's an issue. Does he just?
No, you go between the 9 and the 5.
Yeah,
and,
well,
and
he's
if
got to
you bump one of them, it's okay. You don't go back there.
He's got to try and
because
land in a
that's death.
spot, and he's going to end up behind the 8.
Yeah, I mean that's just you got to roll that in a line between the 9 and the 5, and if you bump one of them, you're still probably okay.
Can he
he's probably going to come out of this okay playing the kick shot.
Yeah, he
I mean, he's
certainly
probably going
kick
to
it.
make this.
No, he hasn't called it, but we're going to settle at that. Well, yeah, he has
Now, the
decided.
important thing here, besides making it, is not hitting this too hard. Because if you hit this too hard, then getting on the 4, it's pretty automatic on the 4 if you hit this at a fairly slow pace. If you hit it too hard, maybe not so much. Well, and that wasn't even close to going in. Plus, it was too hard.
No. Mark Sharp's going to try and tuck this between the 7 and the rail.
No, he's going to try to cut it down the rail.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is probably not a terrible decision. I mean, the safety is not automatic. But
is it catching the 7? Yes, it is. And it's on.
Yeah, I mean, he had a safety play there, like on the 9 ball, and put the cue ball on the end rail. The only problem with that is you could potentially give up something for the 10, but chances are you wouldn't.
YouTube chat isn't showing again. Are you still there, Rob? I think Rob's maybe that's why he's going quiet. Maybe that's why I'm thinking Sylvia's quiet. If she was on YouTube, it's nothing to do with me, Larry. I haven't a clue what's happening. But as long as you bail out and jump to Twitch, that's fine. That's strange. I've never had that before.
Yeah, Larry switched. He switched to. Why he switched to Twitch?
Larry had a problem last night where his chat wasn't appearing on screen, and then I think Semi Pro came in and his chat was working fine. It appeared because he was on YouTube as well. It's a weird one.
Software never done. Never works.
No.
I'd definitely be calling this in the corner. I don't think he's called it yet. Yeah, there we go. Yep. got a chance to make this. Not a real high chance, but there's a chance.
Now that 8-ball needs to come to the rescue in such a way. Has it? No, it hasn't. No.
And all he's got to do is hit a stop shot. So yeah, I mean he's pretty golden here. I mean this is almost automatic here too. He overcut it again. He's overcut that. He's overcut that kind of shot many times this match. He keeps overcutting them.
Well, it's straight up and down for the 5-ball, isn't it?
Probably going to have to be. I mean, I think that's better than side to side, although, just less chance of scratching.
The question is what does he decide to do with the pace here? Because depending on how he connects with this, I mean, if he's going to the rail first before he hits the 5, and he's run out of time, his shot clock's gone.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the shot clock's there for, Quagmire.
That just makes this decision easy on what to do.
Yeah. Well,
he's got ball in hand. Does he not realize it?
Yeah, he does.
There he goes. So, like this, if you're going to play the shot he's going to play, you want to put this cue ball real close to the 5. You do not want to be this far away.
Now, Mark Sharp says shot clock sucks. Well, it does when you do that.
Okay, he's fine. Well, I mean, that's just, I'd play this rail first for sure, just because it makes it easier to get out on the 7.
Yeah, he's dead straight. He's trying to spin it out, and he's managed to execute it.
He did some crazy stub shot and got away with it.
Well, this
I'd go 2 rails in between the 8 and 9. Side rail in between the 8 and 9 to the end rail.
I think I would as well, because it's too thin a cut to be trying anything else elaborate.
Well, it's natural. You don't have to do a lot with a cue ball. Little English to get the line you want.
Yeah, that'll do it. He's going to skim off it, but
he didn't get quite long enough on it, but he's okay.
Now, again, it's got to be up and down the table. Is he going to try and just baby it in, and he's not going to get it to the hole? You see it again.
I guess he's not watching the stream and listening to you, Hugh, because you keep harping on that one and watch players do it over and over again.
Know your limitations. Don't try and be cute. The shot's there to play it, and then you don't end up doing stuff like this. Well, I was giving it to Quagmire, but we're being fooled pretty much every rack here.
Yeah, and this is pretty straightforward, and you just got to watch out for the side pocket. That's the only place you can go that would be bad.
Oh.
Boy, he tried to put in the side pocket. See, he put a little left English on that. I would have put a little right English on that and tried to get it below the side pocket. He was just above it, which was, boy, that was close. I thought it was going in.
So, and break back to Quagmire, and what's going to happen with this? I haven't a clue. Oh, that was a wee bit of a slug break.
Well, replay it though. Watch how he hits the cue ball. He puts it with a ton of right English and hits the head ball funny.
Yeah.
Watch how he hits a head ball. He's going to hit the head ball way to the left. See where the cue ball goes?
Loads of right English.
That's why the rack broke like that. He hit way off the square on the head ball.
Yeah, I think he's experimenting to try and get things to happen. I think there's been that many dry breaks. He's just trying to experiment. I don't think that was the right idea.
That's not the break he wants to stick with. If he thinks that's good, letting the cue ball fly like that's not good.
I don't think we've seen either player going wide. To the first time and beyond it. Going
especially in VP, I'd probably move sideways first. In real life, sometimes I move the cue ball back first, but VP is a little different how you're going to fly the cue ball.
Well, he's had a nudge. Unfortunately, the thing is the 7 ball's in the way. Let's have a quick look around. And I don't think has he got the cover? No, he hasn't.
It was a good idea.
No, good idea in principle, but it's just run on.
You can get cover here, that's for sure. It's a little tricky though with that 10 ball there. See what he's going to do here. He may just then cut this and try to bring the cue ball back down by the 10, maybe on the other side of it. He may even be trying to make it, which I think is a mistake.
Well, it's not going to have the legs.
Yeah, well, this is what I was thinking about. Bring it all the way down, but you gotta hit it harder than that. Maybe try to hit it into the rail.
Well, this 6 ball is in a funny spot. But
Yeah,
he's
this is
in
simple. This
his
is a draw control. You just need to get reasonably straight on it. It's easy.
he's in as good a position to get to it.
Well, that's not very good. I mean, I think he's still okay, but you want him to be straighter than that.
It's going to catch the point.
It's going to catch the point, and that becomes more indeterminate. You can play shape off the points, and you can use English off the points, and Sean Putnam was real good at that. You know, that's something you want to practice, kicking off points, because you can kick at balls. That's the only way you can hit the ball is off one of the points.
Yeah.
And I've done this before, practice kicking the cue ball off of points and using English to change the path. And, you know, if you practice that, you can get pretty good at shooting some shots that look really hard that really aren't that hard.
Well, I think he was also in two minds, wondering whether he was going to scratch, but obviously didn't get the pot. And Mark Shark can get to the hill here.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Shark's looking pretty good here. This is kind of a connect the dots situation. Here we go, looking a lot again.
Yeah, there's nothing to look at. You know, just pot the ball.
Bump, bump, bump. Yeah, I'm not sure why I went forward there. He could have just stopped the ball.
No.
He could have gone stop, and pull it back just a touch.
You see, now he's not going to risk anything. He's just going to roll through and leave the 9 long. I don't think he's going to risk anything.
Yeah, it's how to take a rack and make it harder.
So this is fine because, again, it's just a draw. Draw into the open spaces.
Yeah, the only way you can miss this is to overcut it.
Yeah, just
hit the long rail. And he didn't draw back.
Oh, he's not even good. He's just not. He's not on it. He's not thinking.
You know, he's trying to cinch balls, and he's trying to guide things instead of, you know, doing what he should be doing, which is just not. You know, you can't try to control it that much. The way you get control is, you know, you think about where you want it to go, and then you just got to let it flow. As soon as you start trying to physically control it, that's a left brain thing, and it doesn't work.
Oh, there's a fair bit of nerves, especially at this stage now. But he's got there. He's won away. Mark Sharp's break as well.
It looks like it's dry.
And probably a push out here from Quagmire, I would think. I don't know whether he's trying to squeeze.
I think he's got a safety.
This is too.
I think he can get the left side of that one. You hit it with some right English. He's not gonna. He's gonna push out. Let's see how this is sitting. I certainly wouldn't be trying to shoot the one ball.
I think I'd stick him back in.
You got a side to side safe. That's about it. I mean, this is kind of a crappy situation. I'd probably give this back.
Yeah.
Because really the only reasonable safe is playing side to side and trying to use a 9-10 as a blockers, and that's pretty tough, this distance and the angle and how close the one is to the rail.
Well, he's giving it back.
Could give it back.
Yeah, he's giving it back. Yeah.
This is tricky. It really is.
Just trying to feather it, and he's caught it too thick.
That's.
Oh, hang on a minute. What's happened? I think the 3's a blocker, or is it? The 3's not a blocker.
No, you just got to cut the one ball a lot. He's not going to even mess with it. He's just going to do that, which would be a great idea if he was sure he's to run out. Myself, I would have shot that combo because I thought it was on. You're just going to have to cut the one really thin.
Mm-hmm. Of course, the chances are now he may well have an opportunity, and after Quagmire's played his shot. He's
He
called the
didn't
one.
get him locked on it, which gave him a chance. And now he's going to have to play safety because this is not really good to shoot at.
Yeah, that's...
And this safe's tricky because where the 9-ball is. If the 9-ball wasn't there, you know, it's a lot easier. He's trying to hit the left side of it, and that's hard to do. I would probably just cut this ball and
try and use the 10.
try to use it. Well, the 9 more likely. Run it all the way down to the end.
Oh, aye.
Something like that.
He might have got there.
It wasn't ever going to be any kind of great safe, but he had a chance to get some cover. So this is interesting. Now, why is he playing it that way? Doesn't he have a kick on the 1-ball?
Yeah, he's kicking the 1, but he's calling the 8.
No, he's got a kick in the corner with the 1 off the long rail. I'm not sure why he's shooting this. This is harder than just kicking the 1 straight in.
Yeah, it looks far easier to me to go your path. Oh,
and it turned out to be a brilliant shot, even though he had to get lucky
Let's
to
watch the
spot
replay
it.
of that last shot.
He called the 8-ball into the side, bump, 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 and then it goes.
Well, luckily, there's no diagrams required for that shot.
What do we know? there's a called shot of the night. That one there. Well, it's last chance saloon all the way here for Quagmire. 3 ball in the open, 4 balls not a problem, or it really shouldn't be. 3 balls shouldn't be a problem either. And well, now the 4 ball has become a slight problem because he's got to run this cue ball into the gap or come around 3 rails if he dare. And it needs to keep opening up, and he's done for.
Well, that's no good. He doesn't even have the bank. The bank's not on. Not enough 4-ball to bank it.
Well, I think Quagmire's...
I mean, it's close. It's close to enough. I mean, if you wanted to try to bank this, you'd have to hit it with a ton of left English, but I don't think you can open it up enough.
Yeah, I think his fate is sealed if he doesn't come out of this smelling of roses.
Well, he's got a good kick shot here. You kick it off the long rail with draw and a little bit of right English and try to stick it there behind the 7 and take the 3 or 4 rails out. That's the best shot in that situation. Or you could just miss the ball completely going the other way and sell out.
Yeah. Well, this is it.
Well, I mean, those kind of kick shots are pretty advanced. You know, you've got to play a lot of pool to see them.
Well, dare we say anything? I mean, I think we should just sit here and let him go on with it and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I got to wonder if he's going to get on the 5 the way he's going about this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is definitely not the way I'd go about it. I mean, that's just, you know, you're just running the cue ball on the wrong line there.
Yeah, look at
all
this.
It does is now it makes it awkward and tough. I mean, he should have just put the cue ball where he'd draw the ball off the long rail and come out, because he could have got anywhere and been fine. There, he's running the cue ball on the line where, you know, the spot he's got to stop it in is about 3 inches wide.
Well, I think he's got his brain fried. Honestly, do.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's just with ball in hand, making that choice. That's like, yeah, that's the nerves right there.
And he's overcut it, of course. Here we go.
I mean, that's just nerves when you start thinking like that, because he's a good enough player to know not to shoot it that way.
Well, I'm glad I never opened my mouth when he came to that visit there, because then I couldn't get blamed for him for jinxing him.
Hey, you never know. He might get back to the table.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it might happen. Yeah, it's probably unlikely now. Although, again, what could he do with the cue ball? I mean, he should take his medicine, just dink this in and leave the cut in the 10.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
just drop it in.
Fine place to be.
I mean, you're going away from the 10, but you're opening up the angle. That's as good a shot as anything.
And this is not a shot you expect to miss.
Well, this to square the match. Tell a lie, to get back within 1. And he's got
Oh,
there.
that went in the thin side there. He came close to missing that.
Well, the news for Larry is that YouTube's working again, if it was ever broken, because Vertical Liquids arrived. Mr. Blind Hog has arrived.
Well, I don't think you can see this one ball. Of course, it doesn't go past the 4 anyways. So let's see what he decides to do here.
Well, push out called.
I think that's a smart move because the safety was not easy.
But
I don't think that's a very good push out though, because he should just get locked up, cut the one back towards the 3 ball, and
I'm heading up towards
try
the
to
7.
pin him down under that 7 ball.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. I'd be having a bit of spin on it though to get there.
Well, the thing is,
he
didn't
to get
even
into
hit
the gap.
Good, and he still got safe. So, that was a terrible push out. I mean, you gave a guy a shot where he could hit it like that and still get safe.
I mean, the push out can be one of the most important things in the rack. And I think a lot of players don't give it enough real proper focus.
Yeah.
It's a make or break shot sometimes.
You got to push out to something that the other guy doesn't want to shoot. If the other guy isn't looking at this going, man, I don't like this shot, then you haven't made a good push out. And a lot of times when you make a good push out, you're going to get it back. But unless you've pushed out to something impossible, which you don't want to do. So I see it the other way. I see people pushing out to too easy much more than the other way.
So it wasn't working for semi-pro either. That's amazing. I don't know. I'm certainly baffled as to why that's happening.
Now look at this little safety play. That was pretty good. That was not an easy shot, and he pulled that off. So he's kicking 2 rails at this.
Has he called it into the corner? He hasn't called it into the corner.
Well, so this is pretty easy here. You just got to get more of the 2 balls to get it to spin up past the 6. You don't want to hit the 2 too thin. Put a lot of left English on this. Hit the 2 ball a little fuller.
Well, he set it
thick. He didn't do that. So you got to hit that with some speed and hit the 2 ball fuller to get it to go to the long rail and past the 6.
Yeah, there's Sylvia. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll disconnect YouTube tomorrow. As if I'm deleting it off the chat, and then I'll re-add it and see if that maybe cures it. Yeah.
He's banking this, and I think that was a good choice where that was sitting. There was no easy safety.
Well,
didn't go in.
We're just going to have to take Sylvia's word on that. She said she'd predicted. I never saw that in the chat because the chat wasn't working. Wow.
Sylvia's an honest person. We'll take her word on that.
Well, I'll take my hat off there because I didn't think this was going to happen. But then again, everything went topsy-turvy. And
it's not over yet. You never know where these 2 are going, what's going to happen. I mean, this is... now, this shouldn't be difficult to get a shot on the 5 ball after you make the combo.
This shouldn't be difficult.
It should not be difficult because all you have to do is cut the 5 down the rail and it's going to sit right in front of the pocket.
Yeah,
you can just roll this and it should just be perfect.
Cue ball onto the short rail more than likely.
Yeah, the cue ball is going to go across and the 5 is going to sit right there.
Well, he's still on it.
So, I like just kind of hitting this with right English and spinning out to shoot the 6 in the side. Not coming across the table. See what he decides to do here. See, he hit it with draw, and I don't like hitting it that way.
Again, he's heading into the long grass.
Well, now the problem is always just, understanding how to make the ball run. I would hit this with left English and take it around the corner. He's not going to do that. He's going straight up and down, but he's playing it pretty good.
He needs the angle.
He's going to be okay here.
Yeah, he's going to have to.
Angle?
He's going to have to stun this a bit firm, or he's going to have to do the VP4 bailout.
You just got to watch out for the side pocket. Well, he did in between. He did too low with the Q-tip. But still okay. Just a shot with right English. You definitely want to hit this with right English. He's not, but it's still probably okay.
Well, Mark Shark has come through, but
and Sylvia's prediction was
and
right on.
Sylvia got it on the nail. Hey, Steve, have you fixed it? Yeah, Steve.
I have, Paul. I did some work on the brake, and we're not getting any slugs, so it's working pretty good.
Right, so let's have an update on the bracket, because I think we need to see where we stand here. Now, that match was the one lost side. Mark Shark is now through to play Sergeresh, who I believe got through because Sharky forfeited. That's right. So Sergeresh through. But Sergeresh, remember, was the other player along with Z Karaoke who didn't turn up. He was a no-show on Saturday night for the 9-ball league. But anyway, that's who Mark Sharp's scheduled to play next, or whenever they do arrange it. And then Machine's got a long wait. Jose has got a long wait. And then not an awful lot else happening. Hairpig and Larry tomorrow night.
Who's Cobra waiting for?
Let's run from the top to the bottom. So we'll see the end result of tonight's match between Jose and Albinario. Albinario through to round 4. We've got Bedhead, of course, now lying in wait for him. So that's a big battle between the two Swedes. Yep. Paul plays Popman in round 3. Mr. Fox plays Spectre Dawn next week. Next Tuesday, by the way, and that's at 8 p.m. I'll be there for that. Cheeky Chico.
That'll be a good match.
Cheeky Chico and Fast Eddie should be a good match. Remember, Fast Eddie got through earlier on because Karaoke was still a no-show. We don't know what's happened to him. Stubbs set to play Jover, but Jover had a good win over Sergeresh, 17 racks to 6. I've never really seen Jover play, but
maybe Jover's ready to put it on Stubb.
Barker's plays Brainfill Out. That is on what morning's that? I can't remember. What date is this? The 20th, so it's in 4 days' time.
20th.
And that'll be Tuesday, isn't it? Because I think I said I finish early on Tuesday, and I might
that'll
be
home. Saturday, right?
Or Saturday. What day is this? Aye, that's right. So it will be Saturday. So I will be possibly home in time for that. I'm not sure, but we'll see. And then we've got Bankster and Acero, who, when we think about it, I never realised that, but Hazard and Acero both forfeited the match. So I don't know where Hazard is. Maybe he's back in Spain. So both of them were a no-show, and Acero was put through. So Bankster may get a bye. We don't know if Acero is going to appear. But over on the one loss side, we're looking for Cobra. Where the hell is he in this thing? Oh, there he is.
Who's he going to play?
He's waiting on the winner of Mooncake and Z Karaoke. So again, it could be Mooncake if Z Karaoke is not going to come back.
Okay, yeah, he's waiting right there on those guys.
A quick look to see.
It could be Mooncake if Z Karaoke's
the stats.
Not available.
Break stats. Shibo, again, he's played more matches than I think most people, but run-outs from the break, he's only in 1. What was the one I wanted to get to? Rack's Run.
Well, look at Albinario at 9 and Tommy at 9.
At 9 and what? The break stats?
Break and run.
Yep. In fact, where's the break and run on it? Rack's Run.
Break.
Rack's Run, Machines in 16, Tommy's in 11, Albinario's in 11, Stubbs in 10, and Bedhead can catch up with that in his match. Spectre Dawn and Bedhead on 8, Slim in 7, Barker's in 5, he can catch up because he's got a match coming. Cobra in 5, Bankster 5, Interchange X4, and then so on. What was the other one I wanted to look at? Rack's High Run. Stubbs in the lead, tied with Mark Shark on 3. And then everybody else is in 2, basically, below that.
Yeah, well, That's tough to get much there with an alternate brake.
Yeah, the Rax ran is Machine on 16, Tommy and Albinari on 11, Stub 10. Moneyball shot. Shibo's at 52, he's at 49. Tommy 48 and 44. So that's 94, 91.
Yeah, well, Albin's still at 100%.
Yeah. And if we go the 100% route, we can see that FTW, who I don't know whether he's still in the tournament, but he's at 14 shots and 14 gone in. But the one with the most shots is One Pocket Slim, I think. Oh no, Albinario is now. He's at 47 and 47. So it's a fair reason as to why he's the hot favourite to win this. Mooncake's on 100, but he's only at 14. So I don't think there's anything else I need to check. Well, let's look at the average balls in the break and see whether.
Well, I mean, I think they'll be going up, but it's.
Well, at the moment, Columbus, the players that haven't played as much are going to be slightly higher if they've had a ball in the break here and there, because that's
Tommy's .93. He played today.
Yeah.
Shiba. I mean, they're going to go up as this tournament goes on because the rack's breaking better now.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking to see where Albinario is. He's still way down there in 0.6. Mooncake 0.6. Bedhead 0.7. Machine, he's in 0.8 though. Which again, if you look at that, even though there's not a great margin of difference, there's still a difference, and that is also proved by the runouts from the break, because he's got the most. Again, give or take how many matches he's played, he's still got the slightly better stat. Tommy though, he's on 0.9, and Slim's on 0.9 as well. But they've had 34 and 44 breaks respectively. So Tommy's had 10 more breaks. So they're setting the standard. Bill has had 19 breaks. So he's played less, but he's on 1. He's averaging a ball in the break. Sharky 9 has played 12 and 1, but he's no longer in the tournament. And I don't think Snake Eyes is either. Vertical Liquid 1.1. So the ones that are still in the tournament are the ones that count. So Slim and Tommy are the best as far as percentage goes. Runouts from the break, Tommy's in 9, Slim's in 4. So that, as I say, I think Steve's right. I think we'll see that creep up. Maybe not really dramatically, but I think you'll see more guys getting closer to that 1 in the break as the tournament goes deeper. And of course, they have to stay in the tournament as well for that to happen. I've got one new message from somebody. Who's that from? Cameras. Mark Sharp. Well, that's my proposal for my multi-camera options I was talking about. I'll read that later on. Well, do you have anything else to say, Steve?
Unless no, I got nothing.
Right.
Just other than thanks for watching the stream and good night to everybody.
Yeah, because it's now 5.25 hours and I'm going to get something to eat, even though it is 11 o'clock at night, because I'm absolutely starving, and I'm sure Steve's going to get fed some way or other. So thanks, guys. It's been enjoyable. Remember the big match tomorrow, the one between Larry and what's his name again? Hairpig. Hopefully you can be there for that.
What time is that now?
It's going to be 3 p.m. your time.
Yeah, I might make it to that. I may be a little late. It's going to be tight.
Well, I'll boot up Discord anyway. You can knock.
I'll come in when I get in.
Knock on the door in the chat when you appear.
Yeah.
Right. So that's it, right. Ladies and gentlemen. I should address the ladies and gentlemen rather than just guys. So the McDonald's is closed, so I'm going to do some homemade stuff. So take care. Thanks for watching. If you haven't managed to make all of it, and you want to watch tonight's stream, it will be on the channel. It will be on the playlist. So take care. See you again soon.
Yep. Good night, all.
See you later.
Good night, ladies.
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.